Order, please. We'll now begin with the daily routine, beginning with presenting and reading of petitions. Reports from committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby beg leave to table the Workers' Compensation Board's 2015 annual report for the fiscal period ending December 31st, 2015.
The report is tabled. As Speaker, I'm tabling two reports pursuant to subsection 28.2 of the House of Assembly Management Commission regulations on behalf of the members for Chester St. Margaret's and King South for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2016. The report is tabled. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, in my capacity as Minister of Justice and Attorney General, I hereby beg leave to table the Nova Scotia Human Rights Commission annual report for 2014-15.
The report is tabled. Move on to statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas across our province, physicians provide high-quality health care, tens of thousands of Nova Scotians each and every day. And whereas physicians work in a variety of roles, from family doctors, specialists, and surgeons, who all play their part in helping Nova Scotians to live their lives to the fullest. And whereas May 1st is a day dedicated to appreciating Nova Scotia's doctors and the very important work they do. Therefore, be it resolved that members of this House of Assembly recognize May 1st as Doctors' Day in Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice, passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. We'll now move on to introduction of bills. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 217 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Income Tax Act.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 217 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Income Tax Act.
Bill number 170, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 217 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Income Tax Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Minister of Communities, Culture and Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in my place to recognize...
Order, please. Do you have a bill? The Honourable Minister of Communities, Culture and Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill, an act to amend Chapter 22 of the Revised Status of 1989, the Art Gallery of Nova Scotia Act. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Communities, Culture and Heritage begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 22 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Art Gallery of Nova Scotia Act.
Bill number 171, entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 22 of the Revised Statutes 1989.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time.
The Art Gallery of Nova Scotia Act.
Sorry about that. Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. It is Friday. We'll now move on to notices of motion. Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Cumberland South.
Very competitive here this morning, Mr. Speaker. The Maritime Specialty Service Dog Society in Truro aims to train service dogs and give their recipients a new lease on life and independence that they might not have had before being paired with their service dog. Dogs can be trained to assist people with PTSD, autism, cerebral palsy, and other movement disorders, diabetics, or epileptic alert, and more. I'd like to particularly recognize the work of Kim Kavanagh, a vet technician and a proud member of the Maritime Specialty Service Dog Society. Having completed the Cloverfield Specialist Trainer Program, Kim trains service dogs using modern, positive, scientifically based methods of training. Service dogs can have a profound and lasting impact on the lives of those dealing with mental illness and help them live fuller and healthier lives. Mr. Speaker, the Society is hosting a fundraising event this evening at Shooter's Bar and Grill in Enfield.
Order,
Saturday,
please. The
April
time
30th.
allotted for the member statement has expired. The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the great achievement of Dartmouth community leader David Woods, who was awarded the 2016 Harry Jerome Award for Entertainment by the Black Business and Professional Association in Toronto this week. Woods was honoured for his lifelong work of brilliantly articulating and showcasing African Nova Scotian and African Canadian history and culture in his poetry, plays, painting, storytelling, acting, and so much more. Mr. Speaker, Woods has been a tireless activist for social justice and equality in Nova Scotia and Canada, and I ask that all members join me today in congratulating the tremendous work of Mr. David Woods.
The honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I'd like to take time to recognize one of Mahone Bay's foremost volunteers, Mr. Chris Weil. Chris was recently recognized by the province at the Nova Scotia Provincial Volunteer Awards as Volunteer of the Year for the town of Mahone Bay. For 27 years, he has been a dedicated member of the Mahone Bay Volunteer Fire Department, having served as firefighter, first responder, captain, Chief Engineer and Treasurer. He has also been very active in all fundraising activities, including organizing and operating bingo twice a week, Cosmic Bingo once a month, and working the canteen and participating in the annual door-to-door fundraising campaign. Chris has also been instrumental in the maintenance of the fire station. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of this House to join me in congratulating Chris Weil in being named Nova Scotia's Provincial Volunteer Awards as the Volunteer of the Year for the town of Mahone Bay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland South.
Mr. Speaker, the Halifax Chamber of Commerce is a business leadership organization whose core purpose is to help Halifax reach its full potential as a world-class city. It has been the voice of Halifax business for the past 265 years. For the last year, the Chamber has been led by Robert Batherson. As chair of the board, Rob has been an effective and tireless advocate for the 1,700 businesses that belong to the Chamber. Over the past year, Rob has propelled the Chamber forward with skill and vigor, and along the way achieved positive change for Chamber members. I have no doubt that Rob will be counted among the Chamber's most able board chairs of recent history. I would also like to welcome incoming board chair Carol McMillan, who will take the reins from Rob for the coming year. Today, it is my honour to congratulate my friend on his successful tenure as chair of the board of the Halifax Chamber and wish him all the best in his next challenges.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Mr. Speaker, there is a growing crisis in our province. More and more residents are losing and going without a family doctor. The upcoming retirement of a doctor in my riding of Sackville-Cobequid is leaving people concerned and scrambling to find a new doctor. Murray and Judy Watson are two patients being affected by this problem, Mr. Speaker. They have various medical conditions that require ongoing specialist appointments and are concerned about who will oversee their medical needs. I'm asking the Premier to assure Murray and Judy that he will live up to his election promise of a doctor for every Nova Scotian.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour, Portland Valley. The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I beg leave for an introduction?
Permission granted.
Turn your attention to the East Gallery. We have Miss Lillian Curlett and her mum Kim, and Ben Tabor and Patty Waller are here today, and if we could give them the warm welcome of the House. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak about a youth in our community who is one of many proving that Dartmouth's future is in great hands. Ms. Lillian Curlett, who's here with us today, has recently moved to Dartmouth North and will be hosting her birthday party tonight at her church hall. This in itself may not seem remarkable. Many children have big parties. This one will have a DJ, dance, door prizes, and cupcakes. Lots of cupcakes. What makes this party, and by extension Lillian, so extraordinary is that this is the 5th year in a row that she has asked for gifts for others in her community. Since Lily was 6 years old, instead of presents for herself, she's asked attendees of her birthday to bring donations to the East Dartmouth Christian Food Bank. Over the years, the parties and donations have grown. 2 years ago, it was a sleepover with 27 attendees. Last year, Lily said to her mom, Kim, "Mom, this year I want to go big. I want to get as much food for the food bank as I possibly can get." Last year's dance had 110 attendees.
Order, please. Time allotted for the member statement has expired. The honourable member for Sydney River Myra Lewisburg.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Shauna Brown of Howie Centre and her team, the Glace Bay Female Bantam AA Minors, as they finished up their 2015-16 season in fine style. Shauna and her team ended up this season as the Southern Conference League champions. I stand here today to congratulate Shauna Brown, along with all her teammates as well as her coaches, for all their hard work and dedication they put forward into making their team champions and giving them the understanding the importance of teamwork. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The East Coast Music Association has recently announced partnerships with regional and national music organizations to work together to strengthen the business side of the Atlantic Canadian music industry. The group is set to undertake a business study of the music industry on the East Coast. As with the film industry, there's a strong business argument for investing in the music industry. Executive Director Andy McLean said, "Music is a huge economic driver. It's about the new economy. It's about jobs, bringing people back to Atlantic Canada." Mr. Speaker, musicians across the province are looking forward to the release of this report and are expecting that there will be a music recording tax credit announced, as was promised during the last election campaign. Thank you.
The honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Jacob Paul Gould of Eskazoni for being selected as one of 10 winners of the Lieutenant Governor's Respectful Citizenship Award. This award recognizes young people who show outstanding leadership and commitment to fostering inclusive environments in their schools and communities. Mr. Speaker, our communities are immeasurably enriched by the presence of young people like Jacob. He's an example of his peers and all members of society. I wish to commend Jacob on his great work. Thank you.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to thank the Northside Sports Hall of Fame for the recent inductions. 4 builders were honoured: Steve Astevan, Simon Chesson, John Coleman, and an old coach of mine, Mr. Speaker, Frank McNamara. 2 athletes were inducted, were Stan McGuinness and Jack McLeod. The only team enshrined was the 1964-65 Nova Scotia Intermediate B hockey champions, the Bedore Lakers. The Joe Scott Annual Award was given to Leo Steele. It's a true honour to have this opportunity to thank the Society for their 5th annual induction night and to congratulate the worthy inductees on this well-deserved recognition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Queens Shelburne.
Mr. Speaker, as March came, the people of Queens Shelburne were still facing ongoing shortages at their only hospital in the nearby area, months after the Minister of Health's announcement. On Tuesday, March the 15th, the Roseway ER closed at 5 p.m. and would not open again until Wednesday at 8 a.m., a total of 15 hours. The next day, on Thursday, March 17th, the ER closed at 6 a.m. and would not open until 8 p.m. that night, a total of 14 hours. The very next day, Mr. Speaker, on Friday, March the 18th, the ER closed at 6 a.m. and would not open until 8 p.m. that night, another 14 hours. Mr. Speaker, over the course of 3 days in the town of Shelburne, The only ER in the community was closed for a total of 43 hours. Mr. Speaker, to be continued.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour, Portland Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in my place today to recognize Donna Reed. Donna has been a longtime resident of the community of Cole Harbour, raising her two children, Kyla and Christopher. Donna has been very active in volunteering in minor sports in the areas of softball and hockey. Today marks Donna's retirement as a civil servant from the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Cole Harbour Detachment after 30 years of dedicated service to the men and women in uniform and the local area residents. Never one to sit idle in her retirement, Donna has accepted a part-time position as a field supervisor with the Yellow Pages. Donna will also continue to explore her passion of cruising around the world with friends and family. On behalf of the members of this Nova Scotia House of Assembly, congratulations once again to Donna on her retirement, and we thank her for her years of dedicated service to Cole Harbour and Portland Valley.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Kenful kinsmen and kinettes who create a spirit of goodwill toward their community. Each year, the Service Club holds a radiothon benefit for the Christmas Miracle, which in turn supports the purchase of gifts for less fortunate children at Christmas. The Kings County 4x4 Club works cooperatively to deliver the presents. President Wayne McEachern and Kinnett members Emily DeVoe Starrett and Susan Graves generously volunteer their time to work with this worthwhile campaign. The Annapolis Valley group is very small, but these dedicated and caring individuals perform many acts of kindness. With only 11 members, they still manage to distribute over $40,000 each year to local causes. And since its inception 51 years ago, the Kenful and District Kinsman Club has dispersed in excess of $2 million to those in need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of our NDP caucus, I want to send well wishes to Eric Wynn, a Halifax photographer on strike with the members of the Halifax Typographical Union. Eric recently suffered a stroke while on the picket line, and I understand this comes at a time when he has been caring for his wife and mother, who have their own medical concerns. Mr. Speaker, it's evident Mr. Wynn and his family are going through tough times. Friends and family have started a crowdfunding campaign to help the Wynns during this difficult period of unrest. I offer Eric and his family our support and wish him a healthy recovery.
Honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to wish all Orthodox Christians celebrating Easter this weekend a happy Easter. I am often asked why Orthodox Easter falls on a different day. This can be summarized by two factors: adherence of Orthodox to early practices of the Christian Church. Easter takes place after Jewish Passover, maintaining biblical sequence of Christ's Passion. The second factor is that Orthodoxy follows the Julian calendar, which is 13 days ahead of the Gregorian calendar. And Mr. Speaker, that is also why Orthodoxy celebrates Christmas on January 7th. Thank you.
The honourable member for Colchester-Musquedominid Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm always pleased to see members of my constituency doing well at something they enjoy. During the past winter, Paul Rod of Brookfield and Gary Rutherford of Old Barns were part of a four-man team that won first place in the Nova Scotia Highlanders Military Rifle Association shoots, falling only 46 points short of a possible 4,800. Individually, Mr. Rod placed third, Mr. Rutherford fifth in the overall competition. Mr. Speaker, I wish to offer congratulations to Paul Rod and Gary Rutherford on their achievements.
The honourable member for Queen Shelburne.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, as March turned to April, the closures continue. Mr. Speaker, on Monday, March the 28th, the Roseway ER closed at 5 p.m. and would not open until Tuesday at 8 a.m., a total of 15 hours. On Friday, April the 1st, the ER closed at 6 a.m. and would not open until 8 p.m., a total of 14 hours. 1 week later, Mr. Speaker, on Friday, April the 8th, the ER closed at 6 a.m. and would not open until 8 a.m., a total of 14 hours. 5 months after the minister came to the town of Shelburne to address the ER closures keep increasing. Oh, Mr. Speaker, before I leave for the weekend, I want to inform the Minister of Health that when I get home to Queen Shelburne this weekend, the ER at Roseway yet again will be closed. To be continued, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kings South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a great inspiration when a stumbling block is turned into a stepping stone. Mr. Harrison Zappole was diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder at the age of 3. Now at 22, he is an advocate for people with autism, the one who has the experience and compassion to speak for those who cannot. On April 2nd, 2016, World Autism Awareness Day, Mr. Zappole organized a charity barbecue in Wolfville that raised funds for the Acadia Smile program and the Annapolis Valley chapter of Autism in Nova Scotia. He knocked on every door on Main Street to encourage his business to light it up blue for autism awareness. The Great Pyramids of Giza were lit up blue on April 2nd, and thanks to Mr. Zappole, so was Acadia University Hall. On behalf of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly, I would like to commend and thank Mr. Harrison Zappole for his important advocacy work in raising awareness of autism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Argyle-Barrington.
Mr. Speaker, this year the town of Clark's Harbour will be celebrating the many lives that were saved through the efforts of the Canadian Coast Guard for the last 50 years. The Coast Guard vessels have been stationed in Clark's Harbour since 1966 and responds to incidents from Yarmouth to Liverpool. Before the arrival in Clark's Harbour, the nearest Coast Guard station was in St. John, New Brunswick. There are currently 2 vessels located in Clark's Harbour with 14 crew members in total, and they work tirelessly to provide safety to all who navigate our coastal waters. I would like to congratulate the town of Clark's Harbour, captains and crew members for the Canadian Coast Guard for the past 50 years of excellent service. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sackville-Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the warm weather slowly approaching, I would like to remind motorists to take extra caution on all roads and streets. Children are now more prevalent, and we want to keep them safe. Constituents are reminded that they can contact many of their MLA offices to request community slow-down signs. I also want to raise awareness for bus safety. During the hours of 8 a.m. and 4 p.m., the roads are busy with students heading to and from school. I would like to remind motorists that flashing amber bus lights mean that the bus is about to stop. At no time should a motorist attempt to pass a school bus while lights are flashing. Children are coming from different directions and have the right of way to cross when the amber and red lights are flashing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sydney River Myra Lewisburg.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to acknowledge Jamie Jules of Donkin. Jamie is back on the court, gaining more high-level experience prior to this summer's 2016 Paralympic Games in Rio de Janeiro. As a member of the Toronto-based Scarbarian Tigers, the 26-year-old is playing in the 2016 Canadian Wheelchair Basketball League National Championships in Kamloops, BC. Jamie also participated in the 2012 London Games. Jamie Jules is an inspiration for all of us who know her personally. We are very proud of Jamie. Jamie is a true jewel of Cape Breton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate Truro's Alex Purdy on his first professional theatrical role of the young Charles Manson in Michael Melsky's new play, Creepy and Little Manson, which debuted at Eastern Front Theatre on March 31st. Alex is a graduate of the Colchester Educational Centre, where he played a part in several musicals. I also started my theatrical career there, Mr. Speaker, and I sought out Alex and encouraged him to participate in 3 of my annual Shakespeare in the Park events, where he played Romeo and Hamlet last summer. Alex's future is certainly bright. He's auditioned for the National Theatre School of Canada and Ryerson just recently and received callbacks. So we're waiting with a bated breath to find out if he gets accepted. So congratulations to Alex. We support and love you. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tallahassee Community School in Eastern Passage is very fortunate to have an energetic, creative, and dedicated music teacher. Mrs. Maureen McMullen goes that extra mile when planning school assemblies and concerts. Recently, Ms. McMullen was thrilled to be part of our welcoming party for a Syrian family that had settled in our community. She organized the choir of 40-plus children to sing songs to the family at the event that took place on Sunday, February 7th. Maureen went the extra mile and rewrote the song Farewell to Nova Scotia to fit the event, alternating it to Welcome to Nova Scotia. Many of the verses in the songs were adjusted to be about the community of Eastern Passage, Calbay and Shearwater. We all know how much a difference an enthusiastic teacher can make in a child's learning experience. So with that, I ask that this House join me in thanking and praising Ms. Maureen McMullen for all the hard work she does for her students.
Order, please. Time allotted for the member statement has expired. The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Chalk Dust, a group of teachers from Bedore Elementary who became the house band for their school choir. Ian McLeod, Jennifer McDonald, Jimmy Campbell and Roy Dawson have taken Chalk Dust on the road for the past 8 years, playing special events and fundraisers for churches and the community. The joy of music has kept this non-for-profit group an in-demand ensemble for many years. It's a true honour to have this opportunity to thank Chalk Dust for their services to the people of our community through their music. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Lockview Dragons boys hockey team recently helped make a child's wish come true. Reed McDonald, a young Canadian fan, was diagnosed with immune deficiency at 6 months old. After a bone marrow transplant from his sister Rory, Reed had a 6-month stay in isolation in Montreal. Now, 3 years later, his wish is to visit Disney World. The Wear It for Wishes program has the players dressed in jerseys bearing the Child's Wish logo. The Lockview team raised over $1,000. Reed, dressed in a Dragons jersey, dropped the ceremonial open puck. The special night came to a wonderful conclusion with the Dragons winning 3-2 on the final game of their season. I wish to express how proud I am of this young team and the wish Reed our very best. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise to recognize Kay Desabreau for over 14 years of her involvement with Case for Smiles. The cause was started by the mother of a 15-year-old boy with cancer in the U.S. It has grown over the years and resulted in more than 1 million pillowcases for children in hospitals across North America. Since 2002, Kay has been making vibrant, brightly colored pillowcases for children of the Aberdeen Hospital, the Cape Breton Regional Hospital, the IWK, and so many more. Mr. Speaker, I applaud Kay for her years of dedication to Case for Smiles and for bringing this wonderful initiative to children and families, both in our community and across the province. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize John Soterikos, who began providing one-on-one music lessons to students in his homes over 30 years ago, and he built Mansion on the Hill from these humble beginnings. John grew the business, opening the doors to the first location in Brookside in 1996. Mansion on the Hill now has 2 locations, one in Brookside, the other in Tantallon. There are now several very talented professional instructors employed through Mansion on the Hill, teaching a great selection of a long list of musical instruments. Students are encouraged to perform as much as possible, and the Mansion on the Hill Music Studios provides regular opportunities for students to show what they have learned in a relaxed setting. Lessons are offered for all ages, from beginner to advanced. I would like the members of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly to join me in congratulating John on the success of Mansion on the Hill and thank him for growing Nova Scotia's rich heritage of fine musicians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Betty L. Hawari is the recipient of this year's Sandy Young Award in the recognition of outstanding contribution to sport in Nova Scotia. Betty came to Halifax with her family at the age of 6 and pursued her love of swimming with the Halifax Trojans. She has been an executive director of Swim Nova Scotia since 2000. She has earned her Bachelor of Arts at Dalhousie in 1998 and swam for the Tigers for 3 seasons. A dedicated volunteer, El Hawari has taken on a number of roles at the national and international levels. In recent years, El Hawari was Swimming Canada's Youth Olympics 2010, Youth Tour 2012, Junior Pan Pacific Champion 2012, and Commonwealth Games 2014 team manager. She also served as team manager for the World University Games in 2011 and 13, and was most recently the team leader for the 2015 event. Her time and effort, passion, and commitment to the development of sport in Nova Scotia is a perfect match for what the Sandy Young Award is designed for. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, the Adopt a Highway program is an international roadside litter cleanup initiative. In Nova Scotia, the program was started in 1997 by the Women's Institutes of Nova Scotia, the Lions Club, and Clean Nova Scotia. I want to take this opportunity to thank Alden Smith, Kendall Hutchinson, Dave Seaboer, Brian Tupper of the Port Williamson District Lion Club, and the many residents of Port Williams for their tireless work for this local cleanup process. These individuals deserve recognition for the pride they demonstrate in their community, the example they set for all, and their commitment to the betterment of the community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Richmond.
Speaker, I would like to bring attention today to an outstanding young student from the Strait Area Education Recreation Centre. On February 24th, Janine Locke was the deserving recipient of Lieutenant Governor's Respectful Citizen Award from Lieutenant Governor J.J. Grant and the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development. It was fitting as February 24th also marked National Anti-Bullying Day in Canada. As you know, the Lieutenant Governor's Respectful Citizen Award were, quote, created in 2013 and are designed to recognize young people who help to create safe, inclusive spaces where bullying is not accepted and tolerance is encouraged, end quote. Janine is extremely involved in her school and community. She co-chairs a program that provides Christmas gifts to needy families, and she created a program to engage younger students on long bus rides home. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that you join me in commending Janine on her great work. Our communities are immeasurably richened by the presence of young people like Janine. She is an example for her peers and all members of society.
The honourable member for Argyle-Barrington.
Mr. Speaker, 25 educators from across Nova Scotia were recognized during the Education Week Award ceremony held on April 18, 2016 in Bedford. This year's theme is Media Literacy, Empowering Critical Thinking in a Digital Media World. Among those recognized was Amy Crowell, a teacher at Clarks Harbour Elementary School. In her classroom, Amy has incorporated digital photos to create art, research projects using web searches, and has explored global issues by communicating via email exchange with Germany, China, and Africa. Amy continues to teach the importance of cyber safety and creating a positive cyber footprint through ongoing conversations with her students. I would like to congratulate Amy for receiving this award and thank her for her dedication and her contribution of time to her students. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sydney Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to take a moment to recognize a member of our community, Tyrone Livingston. Since coming to the CBRM, he has been tireless in his pursuit for a professional basketball team in Sydney. But aside from all of his hard work in establishing a basketball team, he's a great community leader. He's been a very positive force for youth in our community, both on and off the basketball court. And as I see this morning, he continues his pursuit helping students in Eskazoni at their elementary and middle school with a shoe drive. So I want to ask the members of the House to thank Tyrone for all of the work that he does for youth in our community, and I personally want to thank him for being a great friend. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hants East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is estimated that over 6,200 Canadians will be diagnosed with leukemia this year. Saran Jarvie from Elmsdale discovered that she is one of those people. She is well known in the community, having dedicated so much time and effort to both East Hants Adult Learning and the East Hants Community Rider. Now it was Saran that needed the help of her community as her family looked to residents to help save her life. On April 3rd, Saran's daughter, Caitlin Patterson, hosted a very successful event at the Elmsdale Fire Hall, Swab and Save a Life. It was a stem cell and bone marrow donor drive. This event went far beyond a simple opportunity to educate the public on leukemia and the importance of bone marrow donors. It offered on-site testing to find compatible donors for Saran, as she required a bone marrow transplant. Donors, unfortunately, have to be between the ages of 17 and 34. Mr. Speaker, to Caitlin's credit, 50 residents of East Hants have now been added to Nova Scotia's donor registry.
Order, please. Time allotted for the member statement has expired. The honourable member for Clare Digby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all recognize the important work the RCMP do in our communities, but this is only part of what they do. Many volunteer their time, and most are asked to help out in unexpected situations. A couple of weeks before Christmas, the Digby RCMP definitely got a call that falls in the second category when asked to help herd some pigs off the 101 and back to their farm. That same week, they participated in a province-wide campaign to stuff the cruiser and spent the afternoon collecting food donations for the Digby Food Bank. Given the added demands at the food bank at Christmas time, their contribution of 2 food-filled cruisers was much appreciated. This was a couple of days after Christmas. The Bisons, a choral group from the same detachment, spent part of their evening singing Christmas carols at a local seniors' home. We're all thankful for the role the RCMP plays in our communities, protecting our families and our homes, but I would like to thank them for the other things they do in our community just to help out. Thank you.
The honourable member for Colchester North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Stu Rath, one of the most successful business people and most outstanding community supporters in Colchester County, has been a member of the Truro Area Chamber of Commerce, the Industrial Commission, Corda, Colchester Park Development Commission, Colchester Regional Hospital Foundation, the Fundraising Committee for the new Regional Hospital, the NSBI Board of Directors, the Board of Governors for the Maritime Junior Hockey League, Chairman of the Provincial Exhibition Park in Bible Hill, owned and operated Truro TSN Bearcats, which won the Allen Cup in 1998, and Truro Junior A Bearcats since 1997. He sponsored the development of the Rath Eastlink Community Centre, the Rotary House campaign, and the Palliative Care Wing in the Colchester East Hants Health Centre. The prestigious Community Service Award presented by the Rotary Club of Truro was presented to Stu on February 18, 2016. There is no more deserving recipient.
The honourable member for Guysborough Eastern Shore Tracadie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are lucky to live in a province with many energetic, talented and creative young entrepreneurs. I would like to take this opportunity to recognize one of those entrepreneurs in my riding. Rebecca Atkinson, a native of Sober Island, a community near Sheet Harbour, is the owner and creative mind behind Sober Island Brewing, a new craft beer company. The business just debuted its first brew, an oyster stout made with oysters from Sober Island oysters, as well as an English golden rye at the annual Saltscapes East Coast Expo. She hopes to operate a destination microbrewery on Sober Island. In the meantime, her brews will be available at the Henley House Pub and Restaurant and at Liscombe Lodge in the Eastern Shore this summer. I wish Ms. Atkinson and Sober Island Brewing a prosperous future and thank her for her vision and investment in our community.
The honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to recognize constituent Gina McFetridge, CAIB, Vice President of her family's company, Archway Insurance, for the business's new location and growth. Archway Insurance is an Atlantic-owned independent insurance brokerage and one of the largest in the region. The company is a vibrant enterprise providing many stable jobs in Nova Scotia. In 2013, Archway Insurance received the National Family Enterprise of the Year Achievement Award by the Canadian Association of Family Enterprise. The Halifax branch, led by Gina, has experienced remarkable growth. Recently, 4 smaller metro locations were combined into a brand new space in Bayers Lake on Chain Lake Drive, housing their 27-plus professionally trained employees. I ask that all members of the House of Assembly join me in congratulating Gina McPetridge and the Halifax team at Archway Insurance and wish them continued success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour, Portland Valley.
Mr. Speaker, I want to acknowledge the hard-working Cole Harbour Portland Valley organizations who I'm very pleased to say were recipients of the 2016 Student Summer Skills Incentive Grant Program. They are the Cole Harbour Hurricanes Parents Association, the Boys and Girls Club of Cole Harbour Outdoor Pool and Tennis, Cole Harbour Rural Heritage Society, Cole Harbour Soccer Club, St. Vincent de Paul Parish Church, St. Stephen's Road Baptist Church, Titans Gymnastic and Trampoline, Colby Sailfish, Parents Association, and Dartmouth United Pentecostal Church. Congratulations to all, and I would like to extend my thanks to all of you for your great contributions to the community. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, on March 21st, 2016, we lost a wonderful person, Abe Joseph Leventhal, who was a young 90-year-old man. Mr. Leventhal was the proprietor of the Waverley Inn, business that he enjoyed running very much and has run for decades and decades. He was also a lifelong member of the Beth Israel Synagogue. Abe in life was a quiet philanthropist, and that has not changed since his passing, Mr. Speaker. Since his passing, he's made many generous donations to Beth Israel Synagogue, Dalhousie, IWK, friends, family, and many of his lifelong staff at the Waverley. I'm honored to have known Abe. He was a gentleman and will be greatly missed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a long-standing pillar of our community recently passed away. Kay Davis, teacher, businesswoman, and former town councillor for the town of Bridgewater, passed away on February the 25th at the age of 93. Kay was an incredibly active member of our community. She was the recipient of the Provincial Volunteer Award for Bridgewater in 1999. Kay served 3 terms as town councillor and ran her own business for many years. Kay's efforts, alongside her husband Ellis, made our community a better place. Kay was a woman prepared to put the work, time, and commitment to an organization or program, and our community will always be grateful to her and her family for her efforts. I'd like to take this opportunity to send our condolences to Kay's family and friends. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Laurel Walker, a Fairview resident and childhood friend who helped found the annual Halifax Suicide Prevention Walk, an event with over 200 participants. Laurel has been dealing with her own mental illness since she was a teenager, while simultaneously trying to help others. Her fight for access to more resources was spurred by the suicide of a close friend and her own suicidal thoughts. Participation in the Halifax Suicide Prevention Walk is a way for people to share stories of loved ones and support family and friends. It also raises awareness of mental health and the need for mental health resources and programs. The walk also shows people suffering from mental illness that they are not alone. Mr. Speaker, I wish to recognize Laurel Walker for her strength to battle her own illness while still being able to advocate for others who suffer from mental illness in the community. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, every year in Reserve Mines they celebrate Lambert Todd Days. Who was Lambert Todd, you ask? Well, Lambert Todd was the first community-owned racehorse in North America. He was purchased by a group of 8 businessmen from Reserve Mines in 1929. The committee, which includes Jackie Murray, Lorinda McNeil, Debbie Oliver, Ben Hagaway, and Joanne Murray, were looking into the name for their festival. They noticed that along with Lambert Todd, Reserve Mines had a number of firsts, including the first credit union in Nova Scotia opened in 1933, as well as the first library in 1935. So it seems fitting to name the festival after Lambert Todd. The festival is in its 19th year, and without the dedicated committee members and their volunteers, it would not be the success it has become today. Thank you.
The honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to take this opportunity to recognize one of Yarmouth's most dedicated volunteers, Linda B. DeVoe. For nearly 30 years, Linda has devoted her time and energy to many community organizations and events. Her work as pageant chairperson for 25 years was an instrumental factor in the success of Yarmouth's famous Seafest celebrations, and she is still a faithful volunteer for Seafest to this day. Linda is one of the organizers for the annual Yarmouth Hospital Foundation Gala, an event that has raised more than $415,000 in support of community health care. Linda has also dedicated her time to the Yarmouth International Air Show, Yarmouth Crime Stoppers, the Yarmouth Tall Ships Committee, the Western Branch of the Art Gallery of Nova Scotia, the Yarmouth Skating Club, the Children's Wish Foundation, Princess Tea Party, the World Junior Hockey Challenge, the Yarmouth Chamber of Commerce, and the Yarmouth Rotary Club, Mr. Speaker, and the list goes on. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank Linda B. DeVoe for her many years of generous and steadfast service to her community. We are truly fortunate to have her.
The honourable member for Antigonish.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that the members of the House join me to congratulate Leslie
Clapstein on receiving a Provincial Volunteer Award. Every April, Mr. Speaker, municipalities in Nova Scotia nominate a volunteer to receive a Provincial Volunteer Award. Leslie was chosen for the award by the municipality of the County of Antigonish on April 4th. She was presented with her award from Nova Scotia's Lieutenant Governor, J.J. Grant, and the Premier. Mr. Speaker, Leslie volunteers very closely with many youth organizations, such as Girl Guides, Scouts Canada, and 4-H. She's actually going on her 17th year as a leader for the Great Outdoors Project for the St. Andrews 4-H Club. Leslie has participated in the Nova Scotia Outdoor Leadership Program and works with the Fresh Air Society, promoting hiking and other outdoor activities. Mr. Speaker, Leslie is not just a volunteer, she is a role model. As someone who donates her time for the youth of Antigonish, she is setting an incredible example of what it means to be a leader. Thank you.
The honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize Richmond Campbell for his long service to community as a board member for Wardens River Watershed Environmental Organization. Richmond has given selflessly of his time and talents over more than 2 decades toward preserving and enjoying the natural environment for all to experience. And as a co-founder of RIO, Richmond worked collaboratively on many projects and partnerships, perhaps the greatest of which has been the Bluff Wilderness Hiking Trail, which was built to allow the general public to become aware of the extraordinary natural assets of this area on the principle that awareness is the first step in protection. In 2010, Richmond Campbell was awarded the Colin Stewart Conservation Award for his role in the conceptualization, development, and maintenance of the Bluff Wilderness Hiking Trail. I would like the members of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly to join me in thanking Richmond for his vision and dedication to such an invaluable endeavour. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Preston Dartmouth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize and congratulate Shaquille Smith, a native of North Preston and a member of the Acadian Axemen basketball team, on his achievement to 2016, a recipient of the AUS Student Athlete Community Service Award. Shaquille is also the Atlantic Conference nominee for the prestigious Ken Shields Award and maintains an impressive 3.3 GPA in the classroom. Shaquille volunteers his time with the sensory motor instructional learning experience, SMILE, working with children with autism, and also contributes to Auburn High School's Mental Health Day. I congratulate and commend Shaquille on his very significant achievements and wish him continued success in the future.
The honourable member for Inverness.
Yesterday, the Premier granted me the privilege of choosing the date for the next provincial election. With such privilege comes great responsibility. In the wee hours of the morning, I have decided, in the interest of fairness to all those involved, that this election date must be revealed to all immediately. In keeping with the Premier's own recommendation introduced in this legislature by way of his Bill 74, the Elections Act in 2007, and by the power invested in me, I hereby declare the date for the 40th Nova Scotia general election to be Tuesday, October 10th, 2017. That being the second Tuesday of October in the 4th calendar year following the last general election, as the Premier intended in 2007.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
I don't know how you follow that, but Mr. Speaker, on February 19th, students from J.L. Leslie High School at Pathways Spryfield joined other high school students, universities, and corporate teams to compete in brain wars at St. Mary's University. The teams had to compete a number of challenges that tested multiple intelligences. The day proved to be a lot of fun for all that participated as they worked together to solve the unique challenges. Students from JL and Pathways had a great time and had the chance to work on their team-building skills as they worked together throughout the day. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the House to please join me in congratulating all of the teams that participated in Brain War. They had a chance to display their creativity, knowledge, while performing fun and challenging activities. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax Armdale.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to wish my grandson, Nicholas William Sala, a happy 1-month birthday today. He's the brother to Anthony Maroon, and I want to congratulate my daughter Stephanie and son-in-law Christopher for bringing to this world 2 beautiful grandchildren and wish them many more children not only to increase our population in Nova Scotia, but to also increase my family size. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Mr. Speaker, sometimes it is important not to just celebrate the large milestones, but to take the, well, I guess this is considered a large milestone, but to take the time to notice the little events that truly make up the social fabric of community and shine a light on what can be accomplished with time, patience, and love. To that end, Mr. Speaker, I would like to extend a heartfelt congratulations to Rita and Richard Zink, who will celebrate their 50th wedding anniversary tomorrow on April 30th. This couple has lived in Hammonds Plains for over 40 years, raising 2 daughters, Lisa and Julie, and minding their 4 grandchildren, Jeremy, Jessica, Jacqueline, and Jamie. The Zinks are truly an inspiration to couples everywhere, Mr. Speaker, and I ask all members of the House of Assembly to join me in wishing them health and happiness as they continue their lives together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sydney Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to talk about my friend and a former colleague and a councillor with the CBRM. Claire Dethridge has been a councillor for over 30 years with the Cape Breton Regional Municipality, and in those 30 years she has been a great defender of the people of her riding and people right across the municipality. She's been a true advocate of the public library system, and she's been a true advocate for public safety. Claire has had a bit of she's had a bit of a break from politics, but I hope to see her back soon, and I just want to take this opportunity to wish her all the best in her recovery. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Each year, beginning in 1961, the Lieutenant Governor of Nova Scotia has presented the Lieutenant Governor's Education Medal to grade 11 students across the province. Every year, each high school in the province is given the opportunity to nominate 2 students in grade 11, 1 female and 1 male, for this notable award. Students are selected based on commendable performance in the courses in which they are enrolled and to demonstrate qualities of leadership and service in the school and community. This year at Liverpool Regional High School, the Honourable J.J. Grant, Lieutenant Governor of Nova Scotia, presented medals to Parkview Education students Laurel Gange and Benjamin Halverson. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of the House to join me in congratulating Laurel and Benjamin for earning the honour and presented to them by the Lieutenant Governor with the Education Medal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Victoria the Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge Robert Bobby G. Buchanan for his over 50 years of service to Bedeque Volunteer Fire Department. Bobby is a dedicated community leader and volunteer. Aside from his work with the Bedeque Fire Department, he has also sat on the Bedeque Village Commission, is a founding member of Bedeque Curling Club, and has been a member of the Bedeque Lions Club for over 50 years. Mr. Speaker, Bobby is a humble but true community leader. I would like to thank him for his many contributions to the community over his many years of service. Thank you.
The honourable member for King South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Order, please. The honourable member for King South has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, imagine the delight of enjoying your child perform arias on the piano and violin. Now multiply that delight by 4. Chantel, Charlotte, Carmen, and little Colette, the eldest 15 and the youngest 7, delight audiences wherever they play. Chantel has enchanted local and international audiences on the piano, even taking the stage at Carnegie Hall. Charlotte received a Junior A Fiddler Award at the local festival and won 2nd prize at the Maritime Fiddle Festival. 10-year-old Carmen received the Acadia University Rose Bowl for piano at the Annapolis Valley Music Festival. And little 7-year-old Colette has been gifted with perfect pitch. On behalf of the House of Assembly, I would like to congratulate these young ladies and their parents, Acadia University statistics professor Jian Peng and their mom Gwen, who have nurtured their children's love of classical music from the womb. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, everybody, for all those very thoughtful member statements. We'll get ourselves in the mindset for QP coming up in a few seconds. And we'll wish the honourable member for Pictou West happy birthday today. We'll now move on to oral questions put by members to ministers. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Premier. At midnight tonight, Mr. Speaker, after more than 40 years of service to the people of Pictou, the after-hours outpatient clinic at Sutherland Harris is going to close. That means, Mr. Speaker, that hundreds of residents of the area will go without the medical attention that they need. I'd like to ask the Premier, is he prepared to watch this clinic close tonight?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. I want to assure him that the Minister, the Department, the Health Authority are working around the clock, Mr. Speaker, to deal not only with that clinic, but ensuring that healthcare teams across the province are there to respond to the needs of citizens. We're very grateful for the men and women who, the doctors, the nurse practitioners, the healthcare providers who are out there working across our communities. Can we always have more? Of course we can, Mr. Speaker, and the Department and the Health Authority are working diligently to ensure that we are out there competing for those doctors.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, that's all very well and good, Mr. Speaker, but the people of Pictou County have been waiting for months to see what the plan is to keep that clinic open so that people will get the after-hours medical care that they need. It is the job of the government to make sure that they have plans in place so that these clinics don't close. Mr. Speaker, it's closing because of doctor retirements that have been known for months and months, and yet there is no plan to keep the clinic open. Mr. Speaker, why did the government fail to plan for those retirements so that clinic would not have to close tonight?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're continuing to work with our medical providers across this province to ensure that we have access to medical services in communities from one end of Nova Scotia to the other. We're working with Dow Medical School, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we have designated seats where doctors will work in underserviced areas around Nova Scotia. We're continuing to look at a collaborative care model, Mr. Speaker. What the Honourable Member speaks of is not unique to Nova Scotia. It's something that's across Canada where doctors are retiring and a new healthcare delivery model is coming out where it's a collaborative practice where nurse practitioners, dietitians, Mr. Speaker, physiotherapists are working in collaboration with their team, pharmacists, to ensure that they provide healthcare services to their citizens. And I want to assure the Honourable Member that the Department, that the Health Authority will continue to work with the community of Pictou to deal with this issue.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, that clinic is going to close at midnight tonight. The people of Pictou are going to go without the after-hours care they need tonight. Mr. Speaker, they will not have the medical services that they need as of midnight tonight. There is a solution, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that they don't go interrupted in their medical needs, and that is to send some doctors there on a locum basis until a permanent solution is found, Mr. Speaker. It's sad we got to this point, but there is a way to tell the people of Pictou now that they won't go without after-hours care. Will the Premier commit to providing local doctors to keep that clinic open until a long-term solution is found?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. Mr. Speaker, no citizens' province will go without medical care when required. We have a wonderful EHS service, Mr. Speaker, that's providing services across the province. We have, Mr. Speaker, we have emergency rooms across the area if they require service. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to work with community members to ensure that we have the healthcare team in communities across this province. I want to thank the citizens of Pictou who have been working with the Health Department and the Health Authority to continue to bring together a collaborative model that will work for the citizens in that area, just like citizens across all parts of this province, Mr. Speaker, who are working with the healthcare provider to ensure that the service is there when citizens need it.
The Honourable Leader in the House for the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I asked the Premier why it was that he decided not to spend $6 million he budgeted for affordable housing last year. He gave a high-level response that did not tell us why this money was not spent. So my question, Mr. Speaker, what justification can the Premier provide today to explain why he did not spend $6 million last year on affordable housing?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. I want to thank her for giving me an opportunity to respond to it again today. Mr. Speaker, she would well know that that money would be committed. It's been carried over into this fiscal year. The issue becomes whether or not someone who's received a grant has been able to find a contractor to be able to do that work in time. We certainly wouldn't pay for services if it hadn't been completed, but we budgeted for it and set that money aside. We've seen some broad projects and houses that are not completed, so that money will be there set aside again as well, Mr. Speaker. That will be accounted for in this fiscal year. All of the money that has been associated for those programs is out there. We're just waiting for the work to be completed. I think the honourable member would think it would be prudent for government to wait for the completion of that work before we actually pay the bill.
The honourable leader in the House for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you for the confirmation that the money wasn't spent, Mr. Premier. The Bloomfield Development Project is at the centre of the housing strategy. For years, the Premier has dragged his feet on the Bloomfield project, refusing to push the purchase and sale agreement past Cabinet approval. This year, the Premier decided to hit the reset button. Last month, the Premier informed the public he would be putting out an expression of interest to the private sector, meaning years of wasted time on affordable housing. Mr. Speaker, why, after 2.5 years, has the Premier just decided to put out an expression of interest to the private sector to develop the Bloomfield project?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to correct the honourable member. That money has been committed to the citizens across this province around affordable housing. We've continued to budget in this cycle, Mr. Speaker. I think it would be inappropriate for the honourable member to mislead this House to suggest that we underspent that budget when that budget is committed to those families across this province. And I believe, quite frankly, she owes an apology to the small business owners who are working with those families to complete their projects, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we have affordable, safe housing across this province. And this government will continue to look after those citizens who require our support.
The honourable leader in the House for the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, the Bloomfield project was supposed to have been well underway by now. Imagine Bloomfield has formally cut ties with the Premier due to their frustration with the lack of progress and lack of transparency. Meanwhile, our provinces most vulnerable are losing hope that they will soon find safe and affordable housing in Bloomfield. My question for the Premier is very simple. Will the Premier commit to Nova Scotians today that the Bloomfield development construction will begin this year?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the question. I want to assure all Nova Scotians that we'll continue to work with them to ensure that there's affordable housing from one end of this province to the other. We'll work with our partners to make that happen, Mr. Speaker. It's really ironic that the New Democratic Party is now here asking questions about affordable housing when for 4 years they sat on $50 million funding from the federal government and didn't invest in Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker, they were waiting. Mr. Speaker.
Order, please. The Honourable Premier has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, while they left the federal money sitting in the bank, we're spending it with Nova Scotians and ensuring that our contracts will deliver affordable housing in Nova Scotia.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Mr. Speaker, my question through you is to the Minister of Health. A Pictou County doctor recently closed down his practice, and he told his patients if they couldn't find a doctor, in fact, they probably wouldn't find a doctor, that they should rely on the Sutherland Harris after-hours outpatient clinic. After today, we all know that that clinic is no longer there, and Mr. Speaker, I am deeply concerned for these constituents. Will the minister please advise the residents of Pictou, who now have no doctor, no after-hours outpatient clinic, where are they to seek medical help?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What I can tell the member opposite is that so far in 2016, recruitment is going very well across the province. We've been able to fill positions in communities that.
The Honourable Minister of Health has the floor.
We've been able to recruit in some communities that have gone looking for a doctor over a 5-6 year period. And yesterday I named some of those communities, Badek and Neils Harbour, as examples. And now we're going to take a look at what is needed in Pictou. I know there's a collaborative practice where a number of these patients will move towards as this private practice now closes.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Mr. Speaker, the whole county is gobsmacked by this news. This is not HRM. This is rural Nova Scotia. We don't have public transit. There's 1,000 Nova Scotians a month turning 65. We need doctors. I want to know if the minister can stand in his place and admit that under his watch, that the clinic in Pictou was closed under his watch, and what he is going to do to ensure that it's going to open within the next week.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What I can say to the member opposite is that that overall we are doing very, very well as we look across the country. Are there pockets? Are there moments when a doctor gets sick, decides on a short notice that they are retiring? We have those situations. But I'm pleased to tell the member as well, in the general context, is that the 2016 data from the Canadian Mental Health Association has Nova Scotia with the third most family doctors per 100,000 population in the country, and I can guarantee to the member that Dr. Lowe and the Health Authority are looking at the needs of Pictou as we speak.
The Honourable Member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the minister responsible for NSBI. The Eastlink Fund was created to support local television productions and is the only Nova Scotia-based equity fund remaining for local producers. Last fall, NSBI received conditional approval from the CRTC to transition this fund from the now defunct agency Film and Creative Industries Nova Scotia to NSBI. However, the minister has stated no applications will be received for the fund till May 30th. So my question for the minister is, why is it taking 7 months for NSBI to actualize this pre-existing fund?
The Honourable Minister of Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank my colleague for the question. As I've indicated through budget estimates and discussions that I had with my colleague last evening, the Eastlink Fund requires certification. NSBI has been engaged with CRTC for an extended period of time now, working towards that certification. And as I indicated last night, we anticipate that process will be completed this May.
The Honourable Member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Professional productions are tied to timelines, dependent on the availability of cast, crews, directors, locations, and local productions such as Studio Black are concerned that delays in accessing the Eastlink Fund will jeopardize their future. Studio Black is nominated for several awards and provides 50 jobs, many of which are to African Nova Scotians who traditionally have not had access to this important industry. So my question for the minister is, what exactly is he doing to try to ensure that local productions such as Studio Black are not jeopardized by these NSBI's timelines?
The Honourable Minister of Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I first want to recognize the work that Studio Black has done in the past and the opportunities that they do present to African Nova Scotian. I've indicated and shared with my colleague through budget estimates that the Eastlink Fund is application-based, and for anyone to conclude that funding is available and approved is not the approach that we would want to see producers take. That fund, we believe, will be active with certification in May. It's an application-based funding model, and we look forward to applications from Studio Black as well as other producers that may be able to access that fund.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Business. Yesterday, under question in this House, we learned from the Minister of Business that, in fact, a $100,000 Deloitte study on the credit union small business financing program had been done only last year. That contradicted his answer to the same question the day before, where he said no such study had been done in the 13-year history of the program. Mr. Speaker, I imagine that perhaps the minister wasn't aware that the study had been done at the time he gave us that answer, but if it was news to him, it should really be news and available to all of us. I'd like to ask him if he will table the Deloitte study into that program by the end of question period today.
The Honourable Minister of Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I explained to the Leader of the Opposition in previous question period, the study that was done previous was around the administration of the program. The study going forward will be around the finances of the program. He's the accountant. He should know the difference.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the only difference that remains unexplained is why he told us there was no study one day, and then only under questioning did he admit there had in fact been a study just last year, 24 hours later. I've asked him if he'll table it. I hope he will, so we can all see the benefits of that program, Mr. Speaker, because it's the only tool available to help small business in Nova Scotia today. It's been proven to be very successful. I suspect the Deloitte study will confirm what a successful program it is. He shouldn't be afraid to table it for that very reason, Mr. Speaker. Now we have a second study on the same program. While this is going on, credit unions across the province are wondering whether they can continue to process applications to help small businesses create jobs or not. So will the minister table that study in this House today, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It just amazes me that the Leader of the Opposition continues to fearmonger with the small business community of this province. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the Leader of the Opposition and all small businesses in Nova Scotia, including the credit unions who administer the program, that the program continues and that credit unions continue to take applications. We will do an analysis on the fund to ensure that we're able to sustain that fund going forward for the benefit of small businesses in Nova Scotia.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Auditor General's report last week highlighted how government departments measuring up on implementing his recommendations. Within the Department of Health, only 20% of the Auditor General's recommendations regarding personal health information systems were implemented for the IWK Health Centre. For the Nova Scotia Health Authority, only 24% were implemented during that same time. His report clearly states that we believe more progress could have been made to complete these recommendations. My question to the Minister of Health: will he explain why he failed to ensure that these important recommendations were implemented?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And what I can say, first of all, in terms of recommendations, at 75%, the Department of Health is at the highest compliance level in the history of recommendations coming from the Auditor General. This particular area that the member rightly asked a question about is in fact we know that we're looking now and advancing this year through the budget. I think we've seen the number, the millions of dollars that will go into our one patient, one record this year, and that will certainly move this file much quicker than we have in the past.
The Honourable Member for Argyle-Barrington.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the highest percentage of any department, of course, is CCH, who had 100% of its recommendations done. The Speaker's office has 100% of its recommendations done. 78 by far, sir, is not the highest one in the province. We've already seen the consequences of the minister's failure to ensure the Auditor's General's recommendations were implemented. Just 3 weeks ago, we learned that a business owner had to go to the media because she was fed up receiving faxes of personal health records at her business for the past 10 years. Only one only needs to go to the Supreme Court of Nova Scotia website to see 2 class action suits started in 2012 that deal with the breach of privacy of patient records. So my question to the minister: when will the minister stand up for patients in Nova Scotia and get his department in order by implementing all of the Auditor General recommendations?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. But I do need to make a correction there. It's the highest level, obviously, in the Health Department that we have seen the Auditor General's recommendations. And I do also need to remind both ministers opposite that calls came under their watch. And when I first heard of this issue, we immediately set the Privacy Commissioner in place to get the job done.
The Honourable Member for Queens Shelburne. Order, please. The Honourable Member for Queens Shelburne.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Health. A number of hours that the ER have been closed certainly has risen dramatically under this government. Last year, there was over 11,000 hours of ER closure times in Cape Breton alone. Now, with the most recent budget, we learned that the funding for ER departments have been cut. Mr. Speaker, my question for the minister is, Given that the rise of ER closure times, why has the ER department or the emergency funding have been cut in this year's budget?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I think what the member may not be aware of is that many of these ERs continue to have that designation under the Department of Health, but in reality now they have daytime hours. Even some of the collaborative emergency centres also have designated hours. They do remain under that general area of emergency rooms, and we know that that's part of the reason for many of the hours.
The Honourable Member for Queen Shelburne.
Mr. Speaker, as the MLA for Queen Shelburne, I know I have placed the focus on ER closures at Roseway, but this is not an isolated problem. ER closures have affected Nova Scotians across our beautiful province, and I don't think anyone in this chamber wants to see a life lost because of a lack of access to an ER. Mr. Speaker, I ask the Minister, with rampant ER closures and less funding in the budget, what is his plan to decrease, I repeat, to decrease the number of ER closures this year?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What I know now is that many of the ERs, and I have visited the vast majority of our community hospitals across Nova Scotia, and what used to be a full-fledged human resource ER are now outpatient clinics. And in fact, when there is a trauma, when there is an accident, in fact, it's EHS that we need to be calling. We have the best paramedic service in the country.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question's for the Minister of Justice. The Minister of Justice recently announced a consultation on maintenance enforcement, which is fine, but I'm sure that she understands that there are serious issues existing today. For some time, my office has been dealing with a case of a woman whose former partner is living in the city but hasn't paid support in years. Now, maintenance enforcement recently wrote this woman to ask if the case could be dropped. Mr. Speaker, I won't name the individual publicly here because she's asked that the investigation continues, but I will provide the Minister the name afterwards. Does the Minister think maintenance enforcement policy of sending letters to people asking if their case can be closed, even with no evidence of payment, is appropriate?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as the member opposite knows, I wouldn't be able to speak to an individual case either, but I welcome the opportunity to speak about our efforts in maintenance enforcement. And actually, in the last year, we've had really a no-tolerance policy. We're not varying court orders. We're going after anybody that has a court order, whether they tell us a story that's sad or not. You have to go to court to get your court order changed. And we're really not showing any leniency at all. So I would have to look into this case to see what's going on.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth East.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm glad the Minister mentioned no leniency in investigating, because my office spoke to maintenance enforcement and they told us that the only thing they do to search for people is to search income tax and HST records for delinquent individuals. And in this case, there were no records for this person, so they said they couldn't find him. We worked with the woman and in 2 hours not only found him on Facebook, but found his common-law spouse working for the province in the city, in Halifax, in 2 hours working with the woman. In fact, it was also determined that the individual not paying child support had just returned from a Caribbean vacation. And all this information was provided to maintenance enforcement over a month and a half ago, and they still said they just searched tax records. So, Mr. Speaker, I know she can't speak to individual cases, but what is her expectation of how deeply MEP staff should go to try and find deadbeat parents?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, I find the information a little bit, it's certainly disturbing, because the information I have is we're using our investigators in the Department of Justice. I think the authority for the enforcement officers, who are all in New Waterford, as you know, that's a good place to be. You're right. One person is excited, but their authority, Mr. Speaker, is limited by the Act. But we have given instructions that the people that they can't find, that become sort of stale files, if you like, they're off to one side, that they refer those on a regular basis to our investigators in the Department of Justice. And I was told in just one recent month, 50 cases were referred to the investigators. They will certainly check all the internet files and really leave no stone unturned to find them, and they're finding a good number of the ones that maintenance enforcement staff couldn't. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question through you is to the Minister of Environment. The last Environmental Goals and Prosperity Act Progress Report was released in December 2014. At that time, only 12 out of the 25 goals had been achieved. There were still 13 goals and some form of progress yet to be complete. What financial investments were made in this budget to ensure that the other goals will be fulfilled in the coming fiscal year?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member may be aware, the new expert report will be released very soon. We'll have a lot of measures that will be announced at that time, and we'll be moving forward and making the House aware of all the measures that are taking place.
The honourable member for Pictou West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer. When the last report was tabled, it covered only activity up until March 31st, 2014. That was 2 years ago, over 2 years ago, actually. We would like to know that the Minister's Department has been actively working on this, and actually on page 4 from the Minister's report here, it states that they work closely with other departments within the government. Can she please stand in her place and let me know what departments she has actually worked with in the last number of months?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Yeah, as I said previously to the honourable member, we have been working closely. My department's been working closely with many departments. We're working on climate change initiatives, all different things, GHG levels to be reduced, and we're making a lot of progress with that. We're actually going to meet or exceed our 2020 limits. One of the first provinces. Actually, we are the only province to be able to do that. We're also working extensively with protected lands with the Minister of Natural Resources. We have now 12.26% of our province is now protected. We'll be aiming towards 13%. We'll help to make that announcement soon. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sydney River, Myra Lewisburg.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question through you is to the Minister of TIR. Last year, I asked the Minister about his department's plan to address the terrible condition of the Gillis Pike Road in Washabuck. At the time, it had been just voted CAA's worst road in Atlantic Canada for the second straight year. Right now, it is leading the vote for the worst road in Nova Scotia again, and I'll table that. This year, it's not in the 5-year plan, but last year, the Minister said the department would look at chip seal and rehabilitation, and I'll table that as well. So my question is, would the Minister please tell us what action his department has taken to improve the road conditions that continues to attract negative publicity for rural roads in Victoria County?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank the member opposite for the question. With respect to the Gillis Point Road and the roads that lead in, which is St. Columbo Road from Iona, we've paved 3.5 kilometres of that St. Columbo Road, which gives access to Gillis Point Road. We've identified some of the worst sections of Gillis Point Road this year for reconstruction of the roadbed, which certainly will be several $100,000 to complete. And now we're doing an assessment on the full-scale chip seal operation to see if that's acceptable. So we'll get some estimates on that, and of course we'll consult with the community. And just so that the member knows and the House knows, the member from Victoria the Lakes has been a champion for this road. She hears about it every day, as do many of us. So we appreciate that work. We know it's on our radar screen. The reality is it's a low-volume road, but there is some tough conditions there. I've been there, and we'll continue to do what we can to invest in it and strengthen that road.
The honourable member for Sydney River, Myra Lewisburg.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for his answer. We know roads in the area are travelled not only by residents but tourists who are looking at the views of the beautiful Bedore Lakes. It's a very important area for transportation with the nearby Highland Village, as well as the annual Gaelic Festival, which is held in Christmas Island. Recently, a visitor to the Iona Heights Inn recounted the terrible state of the roads around Washabuck, and I'll table that, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister commit to specifically improving the roads in Washabuck this year so the local residents can be proud of the state of the roads and no longer find their roads on CAA's worst in Atlantic Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again, thank the member opposite. Look, there's certainly some tough conditions on the entire roadway, including when you leave the 223 from Iona, there's about 16 kilometres, and certainly there are some rough spots. The tough reality is, and I've had many candid conversations through the member from Victoria the Lakes with Vince McLean and other advocates for that road, it's extremely low volume, and that's the reality that many members face across this province with respect to repaving, restructuring, gravel roads, of course. So we have to do what we can with our budgets and with our allocations, but we have made that commitment to continue to do work there. We haven't stopped. We haven't been idle again. Repaving the entrance was a big start. Now we're looking at upgrading those specific parts of the road bed that have failed, and we're going to look at that long-term solution. If the community supports chip seal, then we'll certainly look at that for the long term.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many Nova Scotians are concerned about the state of our health care under this government, Mr. Speaker. These concerns have only grown since the budget was tabled last week. When you factor in inflation, the health budget has seen a cut for the second year in a row, Mr. Speaker. I asked the Minister of Health, how will cuts to health care funding improve health services in Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to inform the House and all Nova Scotians that part, of course, of the reduction in the budget is that we have moved some monies over to the Health Authority, but perhaps more significantly is the amount that has gone to communities, culture and heritage. And what we're finding out, and many experts told us, is it's not about more money, it's about doing business differently in this province.
The Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Speaker, the Health Authority comes under the Minister's responsibility and his budget, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, there was a lot of discussion about the government's promise to ensure every Nova Scotian has a doctor, and the reality of the current doctor shortage across this province. Given this doctor shortage, it is difficult to understand why the budget for physician services has been cut by $500,000, Mr. Speaker. The budget for alternative payments plans is down. Emergency department funding is down, and the list goes on, Mr. Speaker. I asked the Minister, how will this budget improve the doctor shortages seen across communities in Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to say that we're actually the third in Canada in terms of residents with a regular family doctor. Our goal is to move up another notch in this province, and I know that our tuition relief program is working. We're now finally getting a provincial approach to recruitment and retention, as opposed to the 9 fragmented and people competing for the same doctor. We will have a much better and more robust work in our province.
The Honourable Member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Environment. Mr. Speaker, for several years the government has floated the idea of implementing extended producer responsibility in Nova Scotia, and last November the then Minister of the Environment suggested that it was still being worked on, but there's been no update. Businesses have warned that implementing the program would have significant costs on small businesses in Nova Scotia. My question, Mr. Speaker, for the Minister is, can the Minister provide an update on whether or not the government is continuing to consider extended producer responsibility?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member opposite for that question. It's funny, I'm getting questions today that I'm not expecting, and it's interesting. EPR is something that we've been talking about at many levels, whether it's been municipal or provincial. We want to look at EPR programs. We want to make sure that we have the best program for businesses in Nova Scotia, that we can move forward, do it responsibly, and yet recognize what small business, what handicaps it will also have to small business in the area. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister for that answer. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business has said it would be a mistake to implement EPR in Nova Scotia. When we are all trying to encourage small business to grow, this will do the opposite. Businesses and farmers are worried about the increased cost of doing this business. My question for the Minister is, can the Minister of Environment confirm that small businesses in Nova Scotia will not be faced with increased costs of business due to her policies?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank the member again for that question. It's very important, and I know it's really important to small business. As a former farmer myself, I realize that this can certainly have an impact on small business in the community and also all business, whether it be farm-related or otherwise. But as we continue discussions, there are some stakes in the ground for us on this matter. EPR has to have a strong business case in Nova Scotia, and it must improve the environmental footprint and performance, not just shift the costs. So if EPR does move ahead, it will be a full EPR model for the paper and packaging.
The honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Natural Resources. According to the Off-Highway Vehicle 2015 survey, which I'll table in a few seconds, there are over 40,000 riders in the province, and their direct spending is estimated to be $189.4 million. Advance has been working with government to try to resolve a few issues, including trailhead connectivity, access to services like gas stations, and supporting the next generation of riders. Safety and enforcement are vital, but so is sustainability. My question to the Minister: what is the Minister doing to modernize the regulations to promote safe ridership and encourage longevity? Having a little problem with that word, Mr. Speaker. Longevity of this valuable Nova Scotia sport, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member opposite for the excellent question. The Department of Natural Resources, for its involvement with this important sector, has a great relationship with ATVANS and SANS across the province, and we have been working with them steadily. There is a lot of interdepartmental work going on. Many of the keys, as is often in government, to advancing some changes and modernizing some of these activities lie with other departments, and we have a great relationship with DOTIR, and a committee has been struck to look at that. So we value the partnership. We know that there's an opportunity there. We know that it has an economic impact, and we continue to work to realize that opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pictou East. Pictou Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Longevity, Mr. Speaker, there's a couple of comments behind me, and I'm not sure I agree with them, but anyway. Mr. Speaker, the ATV Association is a sport and a hobby for many Nova Scotians, but they also spend money and time to build and maintain trails. They provide valuable support for search and rescue, and they spend a lot of money in our rural communities on things like gas and equipment. They have met with TIR and DNR, but talks seem to have stalled. My question to the Minister: has the Minister ruled out making these changes to the Off-Highway Vehicle Act and regulations?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for the question. One important section that has been left out of his description of how this works talked about hobby and recreation, but in Nova Scotia, our farmers, our fishermen, lots of people use these vehicles as work vehicles. They're like tractors were some time ago. So when I talk to ATVANS, I point that out to them, that not only is it a recreational thing, which may appear to be frivolous expenditure, but it's an important work expenditure for the people of Nova Scotia. We support this industry through the OHV fund, which is working very, very smoothly, I must say, and have delegated the responsibility for that down to the various groups. And I commend those groups for the excellent job they do in organizing this in Nova Scotia.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government has defended its cut of the film tax credit by touting the new Film and Television Production Incentive Fund. This fund, we've been told, has $10 million available for filmmakers. Well, thanks to questions we've raised in the budget session, it's becoming clear that productions approved last year will actually draw on the current year's budget, which would mean that the $10 million incentive fund is actually being spread out over 2 years. Will the minister please confirm that the funds available for new productions in the current year's incentive fund are in fact less than $7 million?
The Honourable Minister of Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. Again, I've laid out that funding model within budget estimates. There's $3.3 million drawn down on that fund now, with 16 productions that have been applications that have been approved. There's 6.7 that remains in that fund for producers to continue to access. And as I explained in budget estimates, there will be productions applications this year that are approved that will not be paid out until the next fiscal year. So the member is very much aware of the process and how that fund will work going forward.
The honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
So it sounds to me, Mr. Speaker, like there is only $6.7 million available now, since the first $3.3 million was for productions that were done last year. So it appears there are still problems with the application process. It's a slow process, Mr. Speaker, bound up in red tape. Approval with actual dollar amounts is not finalized until the production is complete, making it almost impossible for producers to secure the loans and funds from other sources that they need. So let's not forget, this industry generated $180 million for their GDP and 3,200 jobs in 2014. My question for the minister, will the government increase the budget for this year's incentive fund when the $7 million approximately currently available is spent?
The Honourable Minister of Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to clarify. The member has suggested that the process is not what it should be, and I want to table an article, Mr. Speaker, from Screen, Nova Scotia, and a speech that Mark Allman made in Ontario. And he says, specific to the Nova Scotia New Production Incentive Fund, offers up to 32% all spend rates. Thanks to our friends at Nova Scotia Business Inc., the administrator of the program, the rebate offers an exceptionally fast payout of funds that lowers interim financing costs. Pretty clear the administration of the fund is working, Mr.
Speaker. The honourable member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Business. I'll repeat that, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Business. Mr. Speaker, the historic Apple Blossom Festival in the Valley is now in its 84th year. Each spring, the beautiful apple blossoms, which appear in late May, form the focus of this celebration. Each year, we have 100,000 people, both local from across the country and around the world, attend. Being one of the first events of the summer tourism season since the blossoms are early, the Apple Blossom Festival needs the support of Tourism Nova Scotia. My question for the Minister is this. Can the Minister tell this House how the late start of the tourism advertising campaign this spring will specifically help the Apple Blossom Festival this year?
The Honourable Minister of Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with the movement of events to community culture and heritage, I'll ask my colleague to respond.
The Honourable Minister of Community Culture and Heritage.
Thank you for that. As we have all the events coming to the province, any organization that is interested in looking at these events and trying to get those events supported, contact my office. We'll be happy to work with you. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kings North.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure who I should direct this question to, but I'll direct it to the Minister of Business, and he can redirect it if he wants. Mr. Speaker, these events happen because of very dedicated and very committed volunteers such as President Gary Long, Vice President Lindsay Young, and Treasurer David Cunningham, and a host of other volunteers. Recently, the organizers of the Apple Blossom Festival Committee saw the need to start a GoFundMe campaign, and I will table that on behalf of the Apple Blossom Festival. My question to the Minister is this. Does the Minister believe that these important festivals should have to resort to GoFundMe campaigns? And if not, what is his department or government willing to do about that?
The Honourable Minister of Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's critically important, as my colleague has identified, the local effort that fundraising groups are putting into hosting community events that are both provincial and municipal in attention. The events funding model has been transferred to Community and Culture and Heritage. The Minister has indicated anyone who has community events can inquire and apply through his department. But I think it's critically important, and we're seeing this more and more every day, Mr. Speaker. Individuals and communities are stepping up to support community events. They're partnering with the province and their municipal government. That is the right model of funding. That is the right model of service delivery, and it's the best outcome for Nova Scotia.
The Honourable Member for Sydney River Myra Lewisburg.
Mr. Speaker, my question to you is for the Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, there's no question in my mind that the Minister is an honourable person. His government and he campaigned on a doctor for every Nova Scotian. Right now, 10 doctors are short in Cape Breton Island. The orphan clinic is full. People are sitting on the floors waiting for an opportunity to talk to the doctor. Mr. Speaker, how can this minister look the people of Cape Breton in the eye and tell them that we have the third highest ratio of doctors in the country, yet thousands of Cape Bretoners have no doctors? What is the ratio of doctors in Cape Breton?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the member opposite has asked a very, very good question, one that I will get a very exact answer for him. We know that Cape Breton, like other parts of the province, are transitioning to a greater collaborative care model. We had 3 areas, for example. One was the Premier's riding in Annapolis Royal, Bridgewater, Clare, all for a decade had trouble attracting enough doctors. Now those 3 have sufficient doctors, and I believe as we move to the collaborative model, we will have sufficient doctors for Cape Breton as well.
The Honourable Member for Sydney River Myra Lewisburg.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I do appreciate the minister's offers of getting that information, but we have doctors that are still leaving. The doctor that does infection control, by the way, Mr. Speaker, if it wasn't for that doctor, I wouldn't be here today to irritate that minister. But he is planning on leaving. He's planning on leaving. We keep hearing about this doctor ratio. We keep hearing about how there's enough doctors, and yet people keep calling our offices day after day, Mr. Speaker, looking for somebody to look after them. So the real question is, will the minister put that information on the floor of the House today? What is the ratio of doctors in Cape Breton?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I said, I will certainly get that information for the member opposite. It is an important piece of information. I'm pleased to hear the member opposite say what great care he got from the doctors in Cape Breton. That's a signature piece that I hear as I travel across the province. I think we may have a trump card because if Trump becomes president, we're going to have an influx of doctors to Cape Breton from the U.S.
The Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Mr. Speaker, family physicians across Nova Scotia have played an important role with recruitment of doctors. When a family practice sees a need and a demand, they often will expand their practice, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Sad is one of those physicians, and there are others, who have tried to get a license to expand their practice to meet the needs. I've written to the minister about Dr. Sad's situation in Beaverbank, and he still was denied, Mr. Speaker, the ability to meet the demands. They're getting calls every day from patients who have no family doctor. Why has the minister allowed this to happen when family physicians want to play a role with the recruitment of family physicians? Why are they being denied the ability to meet the needs of Nova Scotians?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I know for Dr. Sad and others in the HRM that have set up private clinics in the past, did some of their own recruitment. That model for the future is also not sustainable. My first meeting as a minister was to try to save the Lacewood Clinic, and some of these models, are just not sustainable. We will start collaborative practices here in HRM that have very few at the moment, and this is going to be a method that will be sustainable and viable for the future right across our province.
The Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
That's the issue and concern. Will start. It's not happening today. So why are you denying doctors today who want to address the issue of physician shortages in this province? If you have that system up and running, I could understand. But there are people today in our province who do not have a family doctor, and they're denying licenses to doctors who want to address that. Why won't the minister allow these physicians in the HRM to recruit and do the work for the government? They're doing it for free. Why won't they change direction on this until these clinics are open and allow doctors in this province to recruit doctors who want to come here and want to work and serve Nova Scotians?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What we know is that not just in the HRM, but right across Nova Scotia, we are committed to changing the model. We all went through the walk-in clinic piece earlier in the year. Those doctors that own or invested in the walk-in clinics have agreed to cooperate on the collaborative model, and that's what we are developing here in HRM.
Thank you very much. Time allotted for oral questions put by members to ministers has expired. We'll now move on to government business. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that you do now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into a committee on supply.
The House will now recess for 1 minute while we allow members to exit the chamber and populate the red room. And we resolve. And we will have a chance for debate going into supply. I'm just going to give a minute to clear the room here. Anybody? All right, barring no more speakers to debate going into supply, the House will now recess for a couple of minutes while we resolve ourselves into the Committee of the Whole House on Supply.
The Committee of the Whole House on Supply will come to order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call the estimates of the Department of Labour and Advanced Education, estimate number E14, resolved that a sum not exceeding $364,271,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Department of Labour and Advanced Education, and estimate E15, resolved that a sum not exceeding $380,605,000 be granted Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of assistance to universities, Department of Labour and Advanced Education, pursuant to the estimate.
Thank you. I will now invite the Minister of Labour to make some opening comments, if she wishes, and introduce her staff members to the committee. The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak about this year's budget for labour and advanced education and the important work being done by the department. I'd like to introduce a couple of people who are here with me today. With me on my right is Duff Montgomery, our Deputy Minister, and on my left is Laurie Bennett, our Director of Financial Planning. The department is served by dedicated, hard-working people in a range of divisions and branches, and many of them are with us here today in the gallery. The divisions and branches include skills and learning, higher education, safety, labour services, corporate policy and services, and of course, we're supported by finance, HR, and communications. The Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency also plays an important role in the department's work and mandate. Following an overview of the department and our work, Mr. Chair, I'll be happy to take questions from the committee members. Our department's focus is broad. We're focused on getting more people working and working safely. We're focusing on training, studying, hiring, and bringing innovative ideas to life, ideas that will help our province's economy and people thrive and prosper. Mr. Chair, our government is focused primarily on people, innovation, and education. Many of these fall directly in my wheelhouse as Minister of Labour and Advanced Education and certainly as Minister responsible for youth. Over the past 2 years, our commitment has been clear. We've taken significant steps toward positive change that balances our fiscal responsibility with the need to do things differently. This budget invests in opportunities for growth, health, education, youth, and jobs training. Our targeted, focused investments show what's possible when we stick to a plan and work together to build a stronger Nova Scotia. It has not always been easy, but Mr. Chair, we've stuck to our fiscal plan and made some of the difficult decisions necessary to better position the province for growth. Now, as we've heard the Premier say, the private sector drives economic growth. But government has a role too. It has to clear the way and create an environment that sets the stage for businesses to invest, produce, compete, and grow. It's difficult to grow an economy with a shrinking workforce. We have a responsibility to ensure we have a healthy and well-educated workforce that's prepared to take advantage of opportunities now and into the future. Targeted spending to support our workforce and our education system will start to prepare the foundation we need to seize the opportunities in front of us and face our challenges together. On that note, Mr. Chair, let's turn to the general budget numbers for my department. We actually have two separate budgets, one for the funding provided to universities and one for the remainder of the department, including student assistance. The 2016-17 departmental budget is approximately $364 million. The most significant budget changes are those associated with investments in youth and job training. Budget funding will also make it easier for business to access skilled and knowledgeable workers. Mr. Chair, more young people are staying and working in Nova Scotia, and this support will help continue that trend. As Minister responsible for youth, I am working with my colleagues, the private sector, and our many partners to make that a reality. Mr. Chair, we know a big part of landing a job is being able to point to real-world experience, and that's why government is investing $5.1 million to improve access to co-op and summer jobs. The co-op education and student summer skills incentives offer post-secondary students valuable on-the-job experience to help them in their studies and to prepare for their future careers. These incentives will create more than 1,200 placements for post-secondary students this year. Government is also working to hire more young Nova Scotians. This province has hired 1,239 new workers aged 35 or under since 2013. More than 200 of those have been hired since November of last year. With the Experience Through Opportunity program, government stepped up to give young and less experienced workers opportunities within the public service across Nova Scotia. Government is leading by example, but we can't solve youth unemployment alone. This year's budget continues the START program to help unemployed Nova Scotians find work. Through this program, government and business work together to address unemployment and help more skilled tradespeople find work in Nova Scotia. The Graduate to Opportunity program helps recent graduates get their first job. Mr. Chair, since the program was launched, more than 100 new grads have been hired and now are working in new, permanent, full-time positions with businesses right here in Nova Scotia. The program's first year was successful. It met its goal because we were able to work with businesses to grow the number of opportunities and jobs for young Nova Scotians. In 2015, programs like Graduate to Opportunity and START helped more than 1,000 Nova Scotians find work in the province. The funding for Graduate to Opportunity is doubling this year to $3.2 million and will create even more opportunities for recent graduates. Mr. Chair, these investments will make it easier for more Nova Scotians to find work right here at home. We're also improving services so all unemployed Nova Scotians have more support when they're looking for work. Nova Scotia's improved small business confidence means more growth and more job opportunities for Nova Scotians. But, Mr. Chair, we need to support today's workers so they can take advantage of these opportunities. The government recognizes more money needs to go into helping unemployed Nova Scotians find work. And that's why we're changing the $23 million employment services system by spending less on administration and more on the front lines. The new system will also include greater focus on finding opportunities for youth and more effective support for businesses. This budget continues to support Careers Nova Scotia as it transforms to better help our workers find jobs. Mr. Chair, we know that Nova Scotians want to work, and we're committed to helping them. Part of landing a good job is getting a solid foundation with a post-secondary education. And for some, that means college or university. For others, it means apprenticeship. About 2 years ago, Mr. Chair, government established the industry-led Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency to help more apprentices get and complete the training they need for good jobs here at home. Apprenticeship is incredibly important to the growth of our industries and our economy. There are great jobs in the skilled trades, and we want to make sure our employers are providing more opportunities for our apprentices to train, become certified, and enjoy great careers here at home. Mr. Chair, the agency has also been working to establish agreements with other provinces to help apprentices finish their training faster. Working with our Atlantic and national colleagues, the agency is making it easier for apprentices to move between provinces and territories while completing their training. And this will open up more opportunities for apprentices to access on-the-job training. As a partner in the Atlantic Apprenticeship Harmonization Project, the agency is helping our apprentices get the training they need more quickly and helping our employers recruit the people they need. Today's reality is that workers are moving all over the country. Our job is to make sure they have clear pathways to get their certification so they can fully contribute to our economy. As of January the 1st, apprentices' technical training, work experience, and exam results are recognized across the country. Students graduating from approved pre-apprenticeship training programs also get full credit for their training. This makes it easier for Nova Scotians who began their apprenticeship in another province to come home to Nova Scotia to continue their training and certification. Mr. Chair, the most difficult part of the apprenticeship work is changing the culture, attitudes, and perception of the skilled trades. The agency has an important role to play along with its partners to reach out to youth and their influencers to create opportunities for them to explore careers in the skilled trades. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention the fact that my dad is a skilled tradesman. I have a brother who's a skilled tradesman. You can have a wonderful life, a great career as a skilled tradesperson. And obviously, I didn't take that path, but then I'm not really good with my hands or anything involving measurement, other than, budgets. Anyway, Mr. Chair, programs like Test Drive and Building Futures for Youth let students earn high school and co-op credits and hours toward apprenticeship certification in the automotive service and construction trades. Last summer, close to 100 students had the chance to explore careers in the skilled trades, and I'm looking forward to seeing that program expand in the future. Mr. Chair, programs like these help employers help students take advantage of the opportunities here in Nova Scotia. And these are just some of the agency's efforts to encourage more employers to hire apprentices, help more apprentices complete training, and drive the changes needed to modernize the apprenticeship system here in Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, we also remain focused on making post-secondary education accessible and affordable for Nova Scotia students studying here at home. Nova Scotia has one of the best student assistance programs in the country, and this budget continues to support that program. Students can receive a mix of upfront support and loan forgiveness, and this balance helps make post-secondary education more accessible while providing an incentive for completion. The province provides a little loan Nova Scotia student bursary to 20,000 Nova Scotia students studying here at home. This upfront bursary automatically takes off $1,283 off their tuition every year. Students also receive 40% of their provincial student assistance as an upfront grant, and that can be as much as $2,500. Our government also pays the interest on provincial student loans for Nova Scotia grads, and we offer a student loan forgiveness program. Nova Scotia students who study here at home and who graduate within a reasonable time frame can have their entire provincial student loan forgiven, and that can save them up to $15,000. Students with permanent disabilities can take more time to graduate, allowing them to gain the education they work hard for on a schedule that works for them. They can still have their provincial loan completely wiped out. Mr. Chair, we're investing in education, youth, and job training because that's how we can help grow our economy. And speaking of education, I'd like to turn now to the Assistance to Universities budget, which is just over $380 million this year. Last year, government committed to providing universities with predictable, stable funding increases of 1% per year for 4 years. Budget 2016 continues to meet that commitment. Universities will receive an operating grant increase of $3.2 million. Mr. Chair, we've been working with universities to ensure they are here, educating students and helping shape the province's future for years to come. There are challenges, absolutely, namely that university operating costs are growing at a greater rate than projected revenues. Universities are working hard to address this issue, and we've been working alongside them to help set a course that will address the issues they're facing while preserving the important role they play in our province's economy. Mr. Chair, last year we passed the University Accountability and Sustainability Act. To support this act, a standardized reporting template has been developed to monitor the financial health of universities. It will help us identify trends and address them before they become issues. Outcome agreements are also a key part of the new Act. Universities will be required to report to the Department on 6 common measures that fall under the themes of sustainable institutions and quality experience. We've met with every university to discuss individual outcome agreements, and they will be finalized in July. A key piece of work over the last while has been developing a new memorandum of understanding between the province and universities. It's more comprehensive than the last agreement, and we've consulted widely on its development with university presidents, students, and related government departments. The new MOU is very nearly complete. We're on the home stretch, and I hope to have it finalized very soon. Mr. Chair, virtually everyone agrees that our universities are tremendous assets as places to learn and grow, to foster innovation, and to drive our economic growth. To help capitalize on that, we formed an innovation team in 2014. It includes representatives from government, our universities and the NSCC, students, and the private sector. There are 5 working committees, each focused on a different key area, areas that were identified by the university presidents and that are aligned with the One Nova Scotia report. They include entrepreneurship, experiential learning, student recruitment and retention, technology-enabled learning, and R&D and commercialization. These teams are working hard to find collaborative approaches to strengthen the competitive advantage of Nova Scotia's post-secondary sector, and we're really excited about where things are headed. Mr. Speaker, I also want to mention the Graduate Scholarship Program. We launched this a couple years ago, and this program puts money directly into the hands of smart, talented graduate students who are doing the research that will help Nova Scotia innovate and grow. Over the next year, funding for the Graduate Scholarship will increase by about $1 million to $3.7 million. And this is an investment in innovation and creativity, key elements of a successful Nova Scotia. This increased investment will mean hundreds of graduate students will benefit from direct funding that will help them stay in Nova Scotia to conduct research. The scholarships support graduate students as they do their research and will also boost our economy as that research turns into new products and more opportunity. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity in January to go to Dalhousie and announce over 100 of those particular scholarships and meet with the students who explained their, or attempted to explain, because, science, their work to me, and how excited they were and how excited their professors are about the work that they're doing. Mr. Chair, I'd like to touch on workplace safety for a moment. One of the most important responsibilities I have is the safety of the province's workers. There is significant work underway to enhance and improve workplace safety here in Nova Scotia. I'd like to talk about that work and some of the progress that we've made. I also want to point out that working safely is very much connected to growing our economy. A safe workforce is the key to a prosperous workforce. People want to work for employers who value their safety and the safety of their loved ones. 3 years ago, my department partnered with the Workers' Compensation Board and thousands of workers, employers, and safety partners to develop the workplace safety strategy. The goal is simple: to make Nova Scotia the safest place to work in the country. And we've seen some good progress. I'm so impressed by the work being done across the province to keep our workers safe. With a continued focus on engagement, education, and compliance, we are seeing changes. Workplaces are becoming safer. I recently spoke at a safety conference that was attended by more than 600 safety partners, including workers, employers, and stakeholders. The sheer number of people who attended the conference clearly shows that safety is not only important, it's a priority. During the conference, I had an opportunity to hear stories of success and stories of real culture change. And while a lot's been accomplished, Mr. Chair, there is more to do. The progress made in the fishing and construction industries has taught us a lot. We're hoping a similar approach will be successful in Nova Scotia's largest sector, healthcare. Some work in this area has already begun. It's my hope that we'll address the safety issues in the healthcare industry with the same collaborative approach that's worked so well in other areas. Mr. Chair, we also have a lot more to do around mental health. This is an issue that's getting more attention these days and is becoming a priority in all kinds of workplaces, from office buildings to job sites to police headquarters. And I think that's a good thing. Mr. Chair, mental health is as important a consideration as our physical health. PTSD has become a specific area of focus. For too long, people have been uncomfortable or afraid to talk about the issues they're having. We're working with the WCB and others to determine how we can help raise awareness and reduce stigma around PTSD and other psychological injuries. There is more to be done, but the conversation is happening, and that is incredibly important to help promote awareness and understanding. We're starting to notice that workplace health and safety is finally becoming understood. The topic has moved beyond regulatory requirements and toward the realization that keeping ourselves and our colleagues safe at work impacts all aspects of our lives. It will take hard work and dedication on the part of all Nova Scotians to really improve workplace safety. Every person who gets up and goes to work in the morning should come home safely later that night. And Nova Scotians need to know that we have their back when they walk into their place of work, whether that's morning, noon, or night. When all Nova Scotians believe every workplace injury or illness can be prevented, and when prevention is entrenched in every workplace, Nova Scotians will be safe at work. I don't want to move off the topic of safety without mentioning the work of our technical safety team. These are the folks who inspect and license elevators, boiler and pressure equipment, and those working with fuel-fired equipment and systems. They help ensure Nova Scotians can safely enjoy all kinds of public places like museums, daycares, theatres, and restaurants. We'll continue to move forward, Mr. Chair, and strive for continued progress. Mr. Chair, thank you for giving me this time to talk about some of the work underway at the Department of Labour and Advanced Education. It's an honour for me to be the Minister of this department and the hundreds of people who are doing amazing and important work. Even on the tough days, I'm grateful for this opportunity we have to serve. And I think it's pretty clear from what I've outlined today that our work is very broad, from soup to nuts, as they say, but at the same time, it all seems to go hand in hand. Are there challenges before us? Absolutely. There are challenges before all of us, not only as politicians, but as Nova Scotians. And the investments we have made demonstrate what is possible when we stick to a plan and work together to build a stronger Nova Scotia. We have held the line on spending since 2013 by focusing on the core responsibilities of government. We have stuck to our fiscal plan and made some of the difficult decisions that were necessary to better position the province for growth. The Department of Labour and Advanced Education will continue to do its part to ensure we're focusing on the right things and getting the right outcomes. Mr. Chair, in the year ahead, we'll continue to focus on the things that make a difference. Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency will continue working to get more employers hiring apprentices, more youth apprentices and underrepresented groups registered, and more apprentices completing their training. We'll focus on the quality and sustainability of our post-secondary education system in a way that supports access and participation for Nova Scotia students. We'll finalize the new Memorandum of Understanding with the universities that will chart the course for the next few years. And we'll continue working toward the goals of workplace safety strategy with a focus on education, engagement, and compliance. We'll continue to target high-risk industries and work closely with employers, workers, and safety partners to continue to improve. We will continue working to better meet the needs of people who are looking for work and employers looking to hire. We'll continue to work across government and with the private sector to ensure youth know there are great opportunities here and are aware of the many programs that can help help young people get a foot in the door and land good jobs right here at home. The department will also focus on timely access to services for those seeking advice on labour standards, workers' compensation appeals, and labour relations. We value the strong working relationship we have with our stakeholders, labour, business, education, and safety training partners as we work together to build a safer, more prosperous, and vibrant province for all Nova Scotians. By working together, Nova Scotia's future will be even brighter. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I now start the questioning with the official opposition. I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to thank the members of the Department of Labour and Advanced Education for being with us this afternoon. Mr. Montgomery, Ms. Bennett, you have your work cut out for you this afternoon. I'm only teasing when I say that, and I will say, Minister, you didn't choose to work with your hands, but the tools you choose to work with, you're doing a good job with them. I guess the first thing I want to do is I want to get into some of the specifics of the nuts and bolts of the budget part of it before I get into some questioning of different policies and procedures. And on page 16.3 in the budget book, I noticed a reduction of $133,000 in the communications budget over last year's estimate under administration. Can you explain how these savings were found without a reduction in staff and why those savings take place?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question. In fact, there was a reduction in our communications staff. Every year, we work with them to see what's the appropriate staffing level, how many media calls we're getting, that kind of thing. So that actually does reflect a reduction in communications staff.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Because under the programs and services for FTEs, it's estimated last year is 7, forecast to be 7.1, and this year the estimate is 7 again. So there's no reduction in staff mentioned in that budget estimate.
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In fact, those staff reside with Communications Nova Scotia. We just pay for them, so they're not part of our FTE complement.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
So the decrease in your communication budget wasn't to a decrease in staff, but a decrease in what's paid to Communications in Nova Scotia. Okay, thank you. Also, an increase of about $100,000 in the administration under the corporate policy and services. Could the minister explain this increase for me?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you to the honourable member for his patience on that. We took that $100,000 $100,000 in, that was less in the communications money that's saved from that, and move that into our strategic initiative fund, because sometimes we have projects that come up throughout the year that we need to react to quickly, and so that's where that moved.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
So that money is not accounted for unless emergencies pop up or something you need to address to comes up very quickly and you can access that money. If nothing does come up through the year, what will happen to that extra money?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
If we don't need that money, we don't use it, but I have to tell you that we are often tasked with dealing with issues that come up throughout the year, and so absolutely, if we don't spend it, that's where it would be, but it doesn't, there's no March Madness.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
So although it's in the budget, it doesn't have a specific place to go to. And that's just a yes or no is fine, okay? So it doesn't represent an increase in an FTE, it doesn't increase in anything other than it sits and waits for possible use on a later date for whatever reason.
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
And I think if you'll notice that if you look at what we spent last year, we were very, very close, so we don't tend to, we don't spend things on fripperies, let's just put it that way. If things come up and we need to deal with a situation quickly, we do have a little bit of money there, but it's not a lot, and we're not off refurnishing offices or anything like that.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount, and I would remind the use of you in your conversations.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate you telling me that. So I guess my question to the Minister then would be, could I have an example of what an emergency that could come up that would be required, that funding could be required for?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Absolutely. Thank you to the honourable member. Last year, for example, we had the Department of Health gave us a heads up that they were seeing a shortage develop in medical techs. And when we contacted the community college, they indicated that for an investment of $200,000, they would be able to have a bigger intake and be able to supply some of those med techs. So that's the kind of thing that we're talking about, where something comes up throughout the year, we see that there's a need, and then we fund that kind of program.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and that's great to know, because last year we had a shortage of lab techs in Cape Breton that we had to start moving techs from one hospital to the other hospital, thus limiting the value and the ability of that one hospital to serve. And we asked if we could increase the numbers in the community college of lab techs, and we were told no, we couldn't do that because they didn't have the money. So now I know that we'll have the money for that. That's a great thing. I guess I'll move on now, which is something that's really bothered me over the 5 years that I've been here and doing estimates, is under the corporate policy and services, there's a fluctuation in the number of staffing from last year's estimate to this year's forecast and now this year's estimate. It looks to me like there was 41 in the forecast of FTEs, or in the estimate from last year. The forecast was 27, and this year the estimate is 34. I wonder if the Minister could explain to me why that happens. If it's 41, you use 27. Can we not estimate for 27 this year? And that's something I've never really got a good answer with the 5 years I've been here, and I'm hoping the new Minister will be, the Minister could explain that to me.
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
I don't want to raise the honourable member's expectations, Mr. Chair, to think that I would be able to explain the mysteries of corporate FTEs, but I'm sure going to try. And I did want to mention that $200,000 at NSEC, that added 14 seats. And it is a go-forward position. That is an industry in which they were seeing a lot of retirements. People, who reach a certain age, say 55 or so. So when, well, I'm there. so when organizations are seeing a lot of retirements, etc., we were able to assist and help alleviate some of that, but certainly that is a concern for the department on a number of different fronts about aging workers, folks aging out of the workforce, and making sure that we have appropriate numbers there to fill in once they go. In terms of funded staff, we did have some moves because we had internal services. So and you'll see this across government, IT. Folks who are working on IT within departments actually were moved into internal services. So you'll see that throughout government, and that would account for most of that. But what you would also see are some vacancies. Sometimes it takes a while to fill a position throughout government. So that does add some other numbers in there as well.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I assume that the work of the department got done last year. And I know it got done because the good people that work there have done that. But they done it with 14 less staff last year, a forecast of 41, an estimate of 41, done with 27, and now saying we need 34 to do it this year. So why the increase in the numbers from what was actually happened to what we're going to do this year? If the work was done last year and budget was maintained, as you said earlier in your opening, as the minister said in her opening statements, the budget was maintained. So why the increase and the decrease and the up and down? If the work was done with 27, why does it have to be 34 again this year?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
So 8 of those were, in fact, IT moves, right? And so your question is, so you were able to get the work done, even with those IT moves moving out, taking that into account. What I can tell you is that the folks at LAE, I've been so impressed by the people that I work with day after day. They're in their weekends, they're in their nights. I can tell you as minister, if I need an answer late at night, I get it. They work very, very hard. And the fact of the matter is that you can't ask, people will step up and get the work done. They can't always do that year in, year out for long periods of time while they're working extra hours and taking extra work on.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Minister. That's finally been explained to me. I appreciate that. I've been trying that for years. I've never gotten that people get burnt out. We need to and I appreciate that answer. So last year, if it was done with 14 less people, where did that extra money go? Did it stay within the department, or did it go back in the general coffers?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
So it does stay within the department, and that, gives us the opportunity to fund other things, like, for example, we were talking about the $100,000, but the extra seats for the MedTech course were $200,000, and we would use the vacancy savings for that kind of thing, so that we can do the good things that come up throughout the year in government.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Minister, and that's just strictly the point that I've been trying to get across over the last number of years. It seems like every year there's been a forecast of X number of bodies. It never gets used. That I've seen in most of the departments that I've had the honour of being a critic for, and that money stays within the department to do the work to this area. And that's another answer that I really haven't gotten over the last number of years, so that's great. Could the Minister explain the reduction in the technology services budget under the corporate policies and procedures on that same page, that's down almost $600,000.
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had a one-time budget allocation last year for the first phase of our technical safety service delivery redesign project, and this was reduced in phase 2, which accounts for the bulk of the estimate-to-estimate decrease.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess I'd like to ask the minister then, what type of work was done with that kind of money, and are they able to maintain that work with what's going to be left over, a reduction of $600,000?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
So in the fall of 2015, we had money approved to be spent over 2 years to establish an enhanced single IT system for the Technical Safety Division, and that's the division that I spoke about earlier in my speech that deals with things like boilers and elevators and things like that. And so this procurement is one of several components of the Technical Safety Service Delivery Redesign Project, and so it's just a matter of what was spent in each year. It's not that it was the project is off or anything like that. More was spent in the first year than the second year. That's all it is.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
So if I understand the minister correctly, and pardon me if all that money was spent last year, the rest of it that's left over this year we spent to keep going on that service. So the question is what types of services does that provide under that technology services?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
It's $85,000, and there's also an $85,000 that will go on for maintenance of that system. So I just wanted to make sure that you understood about that. And so this, if I remember correctly, it's a single IT system. We had a couple of systems that were dealing with technical safety, and this enables our inspectors to go out and inspect, to track, to follow up, etc. in one, because what's happened over the last number of years, there have been a variety of different branches that have had different IT systems. We're trying to get them to talk to each other. We're trying to get them to do the kinds of things that the Auditor General asks us to do, and so that's what that's about.
The Honourable Member for Westmount.
So $85,000 is carrying forward for maintenance, but there's only $64,000 in the estimate for this year. Is that a misprint, or is it?
The Honourable Minister of Labour. The Honourable Minister of Labour.
So I'm not sure where you're getting the 64 from, but it's ongoing maintenance costs in the future that I was talking about, the 85. So you're not going to see the 85 here. It would be embedded within the budget there.
Before we start, I'd like to ask for a little order. I think there's some problems hearing the answers. The Honourable Member for Westmount. The Honourable Minister of Labour.
So that's from a different budget, the 64. That's back in corporate services. That's not under technical safety.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Well, it just says technological services under programs and services under corporate policy. Okay, now I'm really confused.
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
So the technology services under programs and services that had the 64, that's what we were talking about originally. Sorry, that's technical safety is a different budget line. It's on the next page.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I'll re-ask the question. Technological services, page 16.3, under programs and services, went from 651,000 to 64,000, a loss of 600,000. I guess I want to explain what the loss is, how you can improve going ahead on 85,000. There's only 64,000 in the budget, and what do those services involve?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
I'm so sorry to the honourable member. We moved into another area, not you. Information technology services, there was a transfer to ISD, so that's Internal Services Division. There is 64 left, and that is for a computer refresh. So that's all that is. I'm so sorry.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Sorry about the confusion. Okay, we move on from there. Under the same, the heading, 2 lines down, it says professional services. Can you explain to me what professional services are done and what they would entail, and why there would be a drop in the budget for them if there's no real loss in?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Hi. Sorry. Thank you to the honourable member for the question. So that kind of professional services would be things like rent, office managers that we pay for that are not on the government pay, that are not government employees, records management, that kind of thing.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Moving on to the next page, page 16.4. There's been a significant increase in the estimate for administration in the safety division. It's budgeted now at 768, and the forecast was for 325. Can you explain how the cost of administration has doubled since the last forecast, please, Mr.?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
So that reflects staff that already were within staff, but were just moved from another division from within occupational health and safety, because we have more, because we have more inspectors, etc., there's also a little more administration that goes with that as well.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it represents an increase in number of FTEs and an increased number of salary, or just an increase in salary for the administration part of it?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
It's just moving them from one division to one part of safety, of the safety branch, to another part of safety branch. It's not an increase in salary or anything like that.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So moving on now, we'll get into the technical safety part. Can you explain the reduction in funding for the technical safety part of that programs and services? Outline the work that's done by the section. I think we tried to do that in the last one, but I was confused. So if you could explain that to me again, Madam Minister, I'd appreciate it.
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
So when we were talking about the IT project before, and we all grimace now, this is that one there. So it was an IT project started the year before. Most of the money was spent in the first year, less in the subsequent year.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you to the Minister, is the Minister confident that the less expenditure in this area will not lead to adverse safety effects or results throughout the province?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
In fact, we believe that it'll be better because we'll have better tracking of what's going on. So we, in fact, believe this will make things better. And I would note that, you know, under the safety branch, the increase in occupational health and safety is because 3 new mining-related positions were added. So when you do see the budget line for occupational health and safety, that's directly related to that.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
That's great. I got an extra question, and I wasn't even going to ask that question. So, under administration and labour services, there's another increase in that budget at line item. It's an increase of about $116,000 over last year's budget. Could the minister explain this to me, please? Why there's an increase in that budget?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you. So if you look under that same section, you'll see that conciliation and labour tribunals is down to 0, and that's because the funding for that particular area of labour services, in fact, moved into the first one that you mentioned there.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
And the last question under the budgeted part, I guess, is there's a very sizable increase in the estimates from the Nova Scotia Labour Board, almost $1 million, $900,000. Can you explain that to me, why there's such a big increase in the Labour Board?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
And again, that's about the reorganization where things are moving over from conciliation and the Labour Tribunal. So it's a consolidation of those various tribunals.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to continue on, but I'm going to go to Careers Nova Scotia now, if you don't mind. I understand the department has just undergone huge amalgamations of the Career Nova Scotia resource centres throughout the province, and there's been amalgamation of all services and within the department. I guess the big question I want to have is, what benchmarks have the department are going to use to measure the success of this transformation?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
So one of our big concerns, and actually one of the reasons for engaging in Careers Nova Scotia transformation, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to talk about a project that has occupied much of the energy at Labour and Advanced Education over the last year and is near and dear to my heart, is that we were, and I know it is very important to the honourable member too, he might be hearing about this a bit. We have a $23 million system where we're spending half of the money on infrastructure and administration. In organizations like that, those costs should be down between 20 and 30%, so they're well above the industry average. And quite frankly, we know that 90% of job seekers don't know about Careers Nova Scotia. So we have this $23 million service. By the way, we get that money from the federal government annually. It was devolved to the province in 2009. And we don't think we're doing a good job. We know that people don't know they can go to Careers Nova Scotia to get services. And I should say, and I should be very clear here, we have some excellent service providers here in Nova Scotia who are top-notch, who have services that are second to none. But it's a real patchwork across the province. And so there are some areas of the province that are overserved, quite frankly. And, you know, I walked into one strip mall in one town here in Nova Scotia, and there were literally 3 Careers Nova Scotia services in one strip mall. That was 3 executive directors, 3 sets of rents. And if you're standing outside those 3, you have to figure out what is your barrier to employment, right? And you shouldn't have to do that. You should be able to walk, if you're unemployed, you should be able to walk into a Careers Nova Scotia centre and be served no matter what your barrier is to employment. So, although we do have some excellent service providers here in the province, we knew we had a real patchwork in a lot of our Careers Nova Scotia centres. There would be a variety of certifications or none, and that is a concern for us. So what we'll be looking at, first of all, is to make sure that we have a common suite of services that is available to all Nova Scotians, no matter what their barrier is to employment, and that should be available across the province. We have some folks who have no service at all. And we know we need to do a better job, for example, having an online presence. We know we need to do a better job with young people. Too often young people are not getting the career guidance they need in high school, and they'll be much better served if they can go online with mom and dad, for example. They don't necessarily have to, because we know that guidance counselors are so often dealing with social work, we're not sure that young people are getting the kind of career advice they need. And we do know that the #1 place that young people get their career advice is from their moms. And not everybody's mom has the access that, for example, the honourable members would have to someone who has expertise and great labour market information. Most people, if you look at them and you say labour market information, they'll look back at you and say, what the heck is that, right? So it's a lot of parents don't know where the jobs are, how to get the training, and you know, quite frankly, whether their child is suited to that. So I think it's making sure that Nova Scotians have better support in their work to go and get a job. And so that's some of what we're doing there. We're also starting a centre of excellence that will help push out those best practices across the province. And I must say that really some of the specialized providers have been forefront in helping us with this reorganization, particularly those that serve persons with disabilities. They have among the best services. They know how to help people get and keep jobs. And that actually brings me to another thing, which is employers don't know that they can go to Careers Nova Scotia Centre and find employees. And so what we've done at the Department of Labour is we actually have people who are specialized in that and going out and meeting with employers and with sectors to find out what their concerns are, because there are some sectors that are having trouble finding people today. We know there are other ones that are looking at their workforce and they're seeing a whole lot of silver there, and they know that they're going to have trouble in the future. So we're working with those employers now, and that's the kind of thing we want to see at our local Careers Nova Scotia centres, making sure that they're reaching out to the communities, because oftentimes employers are looking for people and no one knows. So I hope that gives you a bit of what we're looking for.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
It does, but I guess I'm looking to see what benchmarks are you trying to measure up to. What will be your indication of success with this transformation, and how will we measure that success?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
So we're going to want to make sure that we have a quality web presence, that we have quality services, etc. I think what the honourable member is asking me is, are we going to look and say we've seen the employment level rise or the unemployment level decrease, and that's how we'll know this is working? Am I right in assuming that's what you're looking for? What we do know is that we don't always control employment in the province. It's often whether business decide to hire, etc., whether there are outside forces. I'll know, I believe, that we're succeeding when people can walk into any Careers Nova Scotia, get good services that lead them to good training, to make good decisions about where they want to work, and that at the end of the day they're appropriate to their abilities, and that they can move into good jobs. We won't always be able to make a direct correlation between, we've done this careers revamp, and therefore employment went down, but we believe that having a skilled, trained workforce is key to be able to help that happen.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I am asking about how we're going to measure the success of the transformation, be it numbers of people that go into a Careers Nova Scotia centre, be it, I guess I know that the specialized services for diverse groups have numbers. They know what they've brought through their doors. They know how many people they've employed. They know how many people they've educated. They know they have those numbers. My fear is the people who operate a career hub that were mainstream providers that now have the specialized services coming to them will not have those numbers. And my fear is they don't have the numbers that they would have had for employment services that they would have had pushing them before. So with the transformation, how are we going to know the benchmarks we're going to set for what numbers for specialized groups, what numbers for marginalized groups, I guess what numbers for anybody who comes through the door in education, in ability to place in a job, because I'd hate to see those numbers slip back, because if we're just going to go on numbers, it's a lot easier to put your resources into people who don't need adaptive technology, who don't need extra training because of being marginalized over the number of years and not being able to employ. So how are we going to make sure that those numbers stay? What numbers are we shooting for? And how are we going to know that it's actually working?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question. So the Centre of Excellence will help us monitor what's going on in the careers centres. In terms, and we do track through our computer system the number of clients served and that kind of thing already. What we know is right now, in base year 2015-16, the rate of employment attachment across Careers Nova Scotia is 37%. So we'll be looking for an increase this year, and bearing in mind that Careers Nova Scotia will only come into being, or the new revamp form will only come into being on July 1st. We're looking for an increase to 40% in the first year. We'll also be looking to benchmark, because we don't have numbers on this, the use of employment services by employers, because in the past that really hasn't happened a whole lot, and to me we were missing the boat big time on that. So we'll be benchmarking that to see this is where we're starting from in this first year, as well as the use of employment services by youth at Careers Nova Scotia. And we'll be tracking things like web hits, etc., when that is up and running.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Madam Minister. So the benchmark is going to be about 40% across the board, is what I'm hearing, which concerns me, really, because it's easy to obtain 40% on someone who doesn't need extra services, the adaptive technology, extra training. My fear is the marginalized groups that go in there won't get that because they're trying to achieve the desired outcome, and it's easier to do it with people who don't need all the extra services. So I'm hoping that that will be looked at to see the percentages of the difference between the two. So if there is a concern, and yes, everybody, you can meet the benchmark on someone who just needs to be placed in a job somewhere, but the time it's going to take to retrain somebody, marginalized or not, should be factored in there somehow to make sure that everybody receives the same type of service, even or the same outcome, even if you need more service. So I guess if you can address that for me, I would appreciate it greatly.
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Absolutely, and that's part of why we're doing what we're doing. I couldn't agree with the honourable member more that we want to make sure that whether you're in a rural area of Nova Scotia and you're disabled, you are going to get high quality, appropriate services to your particular needs. Quite frankly, Nova Scotia cannot meet its goals in terms of employment, where we need to go in the coming years. We cannot reach those if we leave groups behind. So we need absolutely to make sure that every person with a disability who comes through our door gets the appropriate services so they can work. And it may not be that they can work full-time. It may not be that. But as the honourable member knows, I have a child with a disability, and this is intensely personal. We want to make sure that everybody gets to live up to their potential. Thank you.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. That's what I was trying to get at. Is it's easy to do something that doesn't take a lot of work to get an outcome, to know what those outcomes are. I guess my big question now then would be, if these outcomes are not being met, what's going to happen to the model? I guess that will there be a sunset clause on this to see if they're actually being met? Who's going to decide if the outcomes are met, and who's going to monitor that each of these career centres are going to be providing the service to everybody to do so all people move forward and nobody gets left behind?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
There will be evaluation along the way, but it's very important to us that we are able to bring our career practitioners together so that they can learn from each other and learn those best practices, and that's part of the Centre for Excellence. We want to make sure that the centres that are doing excellent work are able to pass that excellent work along, the best practices, to their colleagues, because for too long there's just been a lot of folks operating on their own, but without any ability to hear, what are the good things that are going on, what are the new ways of doing things. We do have groups that are funded to do longer term interventions, and we would expect that would continue.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess one of the questions I do have, the $23 million budget, I think, through the province, I believe was what you said, and correct me if I'm wrong. too much was being spent on administration, which we all agree that that's the case. It's going to be cut back to around 30%. To have this happen, this transformation, obviously buildings or bricks and mortar are going to disappear, but we're going to have some larger spaces for some of these groups to operate out of. Does anyone know or has looked at the cost of the final move after the transformation is finished to the government, and where will that money come from? Will it come out of the existing budget now, or is it new money that's going to be added to make sure that that transition is smooth, that they go from one service to the same, better service, probably in a bigger building, and that services aren't lost while that move takes place?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we've just had the initial proposals come in. We're in negotiations. We do realize that some are going to have new locations, new presences, etc. But we're just starting that negotiation process. So everybody knows what the rough budgets are that they're working with, etc. But we're still in that negotiation phase. In terms of your previous question, about making sure that the people who are coming in will be getting access to the services they really need, and not just ticked off because, hey, you're easy to deal with, that kind of thing. Because we are focusing money from administration to frontline, our intention is to be able to spend more money on frontline services, to spend more money, because I think there are a lot of people who are falling through the cracks right now who are not getting the services they need. They may not even realize they need the services. But if people know that they can, A, go to Careers Nova Scotia, and they may have, an undiagnosed learning disability or something like that, but the fact that they will be able to have that dealt with in a respectful way and get the services they need. They may just need someone who reaches out to the employer and makes the employer understand what this particular person's challenges are and may support that person in their job over time. We've seen some highly successful interventions in that kind of way, and we know that kind of a service works, and that's exactly the kind of thing that we want to see.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this transformation is going to take place this year. By the 1st of July, I understand it's going to happen. I didn't see in the budget anywhere a line item that would say a specific amount of money for that changeover. I was asking, I guess, how much is going to be allotted to allow that to happen. I know it's not known yet. There must have been some kind of an estimate of how much this would cost and how much you might be able to spend on doing that transformation from one centre to another.
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
So there is we have this $23 million system, and there will be savings as a result of but also because there were places where we had 3-in-1 strip mall, that kind of thing. So there will be some savings there. So there will be a realignment there. But beyond that, I can't sort of estimate at this time.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
So if I'm understanding what you're saying, what the minister is saying is that $23 million budget this year that was going to drop in administration and supposedly go to frontline services may not happen if there's some of that money is going to be spent on physical space. I understood that the idea of the transformation was to take that money, put it into frontline care. is the minister saying now that some of that money this year could be to transform a building into a workable space for a group that's going in, which would defeat the whole purpose of the transformation this year?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
So to be clear, there was always money spent on physical space. Now, 75% of the employees in a Careers Nova Scotia centre will be frontline workers. So we are transitioning into, and you know, definitely we have some organizations that are letting their landlords know that they plan to move. We know that that's coming up, and they have known for quite some time that that's coming up. So we do anticipate they will have given notice in good time.
The Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I move on to some apprenticeship stuff? Is that okay to? Sure. Oh yeah, no, I'm okay with that. I guess with the apprenticeships, how is the department specifically measuring success with the programming at the new Nova Scotia Apprenticeship Agency?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
So yes, there are in our business plan there are performance measures for the apprenticeship agency, and for example, we're looking at the percentage of apprentices that represent diverse populations, and we want to see a steady increase in that. Right now, it's below 10%. So we want to make sure that we see more women who are registering as apprentices. We want to make sure we see more African Nova Scotians, more Aboriginals, etc. So that, and also we want to make sure that we see an increase in the number of youth apprentices who go on to register as full apprentices, because what we see. We have 2 new programs, Test Drive and Building Futures, and where young people who are still in high school can have the opportunity to begin work, a co-op placement or pre-apprenticeship in the motive trades and in construction. And so what we're seeing is that these folks are more likely to go on and register as apprentices in some cases than in other entries in. So we're looking at that as a way to make sure that we have more of those programs that actually get young people quick. I mean, not everybody wants to go to community college. Some people want to start work when they finish high school, for example. So those kids can go into direct entry if they've had some experience with Test Drive or with Building Futures. They're more likely to, boom, go right into apprenticeship. So we like to see that kind of thing. We'll be looking at that. We also will be doing a review as part of this this transformation of the apprenticeship agency, the special operating agency, moving into that, there will be a review underway. The cost will be $25,000, so I want to make sure that we're not hiring any fancy pants consultants, as we've often heard about. But that will be underway to look at how are we measuring success. We measure our success by knowing that we have more apprentices being registered. We have more apprentices completing their training, because that's actually been an issue for Nova Scotia, that people register, they don't complete. That's part of why we're doing what we're doing with the apprenticeship agency. We want to make sure that we're giving them, that we're removing any barriers to people completing their apprenticeship along the way. So we want to make sure, as I said, more being registered, more completing, and completing in a timelier fashion, because we know that Nova Scotia, in the past, Nova Scotian apprentices have taken about 2 years longer to complete their apprenticeship than other parts of the country. That's not to say it's because, you know, they're not getting good training or whatever, but in some cases, you have to have an employer to attach to be an apprentice. So in some cases, it was an issue about finding an employer. If you were with an employer and that employer, that job ended or they moved elsewhere, sometimes it was difficult, and that's why we've been trying to remove any of the impediments to having our apprentices move through that process in a timely fashion.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since implementing the recognition agreements with the other provinces, are we as a province seeing more apprentices take advantage of this and completing more of their training in Nova Scotia, having done their training elsewhere? And are we seeing more of our students moving from here to other provinces to complete their apprenticeship training? I just wonder if you have any numbers on that and if that's actually happening.
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
That's exactly why we have harmonization, so we'll be able to track that. In fact, now, because of the work that's been done by the apprenticeship agency and with other jurisdictions, but we'll be able to track whether someone is moving through, et cetera, et cetera. I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the work that the apprenticeship agency is doing to increase employer engagement, because that, quite frankly, you don't have an apprenticeship system if you don't have employers involved. And we know that, you know, across Canada, employer engagement isn't great, and it hasn't been super here, and it's not a problem exclusive to Nova Scotia at all. So our intention is to increase in an incremental way employer engagement, because you, in order to have apprentices, you have to have some place for them to attach to. So that's a big part of that. And we also are trying to change the conversation around apprenticeship. I think there was a time where apprenticeship was viewed as a poor cousin to going to university or to going to college or whatever, and so we're trying to change the conversation around that, and we have some good partners who are helping us with that. If we think about, and there are organizations that are doing their best to change that conversation. I think about the Trades Exhibition Hall out near Exhibition Park, and I don't know if the honourable member has had a chance to go there yet, but it is very cool. You can go out there and try out a number of different trades, and you know, I think all too often, if you attend a lot of high schools, you may have, if you don't have someone in your family who is a tradesperson, you may have no exposure to the trades, and you may have no idea that you can have a terrific career ahead in a trade. You can become a business person often if you work for yourself, and so there's a lot of work that needs to be done around just changing the conversation around trades, and I think the Premier has been a huge help in that because, of course, he comes from that background. We're conducting a national baseline study to see in terms of, so that we can track what's going on in fact. And we'll be doing an evaluation in 2 years to measure the success of our mobility agreements, to make sure, in fact, that they're doing what we've asked them to do.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount. Order. Time has expired. We'll now rotate to the NDP party. The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to welcome the minister and her staff to estimates. A department, I think, that is often overlooked on how important it actually is and how important the work that they do contribute to the success of the province here in Nova Scotia. And why I mention that first is I don't know if the minister, I would assume she would agree with me. The sheer magnitude of the labour costs in our province and what those costs are play a role in every single department and in government, and plays a role in the overall budget of the year that we are discussing this year. So I'm wondering if the minister could explain what kind of work she has done to address the labor costs in the province, and what role has she played and her department played with working with the other departments on labor costs here in the province. And one of the reasons why I ask is, of course, we know really the entire provincial budget rests upon a wage pattern that hasn't been negotiated yet. We know there's legislation over the heads of many of these bargaining units, but really the surplus, supposed surplus that we heard the government has with this budget rests upon what the labour costs are going to be. So I'm wondering if the minister has any comment on that and the uncertainties when negotiation is still continuing, and wonder if the minister has any kind of opening response on that.
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question and welcome him to estimates. Trying to remember if we've before, and a little bit last year. So the way I often explain it for the media when they would ask me questions about are you doing this, are you doing that, or what should this party in a labour dispute do, what I often explain that the role of our department is like Switzerland. We are a neutral place, and we provide mediation services. So, for example, if there is a labour dispute on, or if there is a negotiation underway, we absolutely can provide mediation to work with either of the sides. But by and large, the department is Switzerland. In terms of wage patterns or anything like that, of course, the department is responsible for setting the minimum wage, but that is itself set according to a formula that was worked out during the honourable members' government when they were in power. There were a number of sort of rapid increases, and then it was linked to CPI. We have a minimum wage review committee made up of equal members of labour and of workers and employers, and they meet every fall to take a look at what's going on, what the trends are. But and thus far in our mandate, those particular wages have been increased according to CPI.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the minister for that. And I'll get into minimum wage and stuff maybe a little later. But what I'm really looking at is the fact that the unionized workers who work for government, many of the bargaining units have not negotiated their wage patterns yet. So I'm wondering what role the minister and her department had, and what role do they have as we move forward towards negotiations of wage patterns for different segments within government and government employees.
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, as I said, we are Switzerland. So, for example, if a matter of this nature were to be, for example, discussed at Cabinet, I would remove myself. Our department is not on one side or the other. We are Switzerland. We provide mediation services. I do not involve myself in discussions of this nature.
The Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
So if I'm getting this right, so the wage patterns and the negotiations for our healthcare workers, is the minister indicating that if that comes up to Cabinet, she walks away from the table? Is she not involved in spearheading and negotiating and supporting those initiatives, or is that driven out of finance or the Treasury or the Premier's office? She's the Minister of Labour. I would think that she would be involved in how do we settle these negotiations and how are the patterns set as we move forward. So, if I'm clear, maybe some clarification. So the minister stating that she has no involvement in setting the wage patterns. If that's the case, who's leading that initiative within government? Is it Treasury, Finance? Is it the Premier's office?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
So, to be clear, I am neutral in these discussions and I am not involved. I remove myself from Cabinet. I believe that it would be entirely inappropriate for the Minister of Labour to be involved in these discussions or negotiations at all. And it would be, I believe, the Public Service Commission, but it is certainly not my department.
The Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the Minister for that. We know hanging over the heads of many of the bargaining units here in the province is Bill 148. It hasn't been triggered yet, from my knowledge. I'm just wondering if the Minister could confirm that for me. I don't believe that legislation has been enacted yet, or I don't know if it's called. I don't know what triggers it. I can't remember exactly in the bill what triggers it, but of course, if a bargaining unit comes to the point where they are above the pattern set in Bill 148. So just confirmation from the Minister, if she can, confirm that Bill 148 is not in effect as we speak today.
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
I want to thank the honourable member. I think he's going to have to ask the minister responsible for the public service, because I would not be in the room when anything like that would be discussed, or I just don't have that information.
The Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
So going back to that for just a moment, I was around the Cabinet table. Is this something that the minister decided that she would remove herself from those discussions around the Cabinet table? Is there a conflict of interest that was brought up by the conflict of interest commissioner? I just want to be clear on. We have a member of Cabinet indicating that she removes herself from any discussion on labour patterns. I'm wondering if that was just a choice made by the government, or was there something that triggered that, and potentially a conflict of interest may happen.
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank the honourable member for the question. I can't speak for past cabinets. I don't know what they've done in the past. It is simply that because the Minister of Labour is supposed to be neutral, then it's important not to be involved in those conversations. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
So, in the realm of being Switzerland and trying to work with all areas, was there any discussion within her department around the possibility or any legal advice given or they gave to Public Service Commission, the Premier, Treasury, about potentially some legal ramifications around Bill 148. So we've heard from some bargaining units that potentially there could be a charter challenge, that government's overstepping their authority by imposing such legislation, and we've seen jurisdictions around Canada that had to go to court and fight these types of pieces of legislation. So in the essence of the minister and her department trying to make sure that things are all working well in all departments, was there any legal advice that they provided, if the legal team within the department, or did they seek any advice, external advice, on making sure that Bill 148 could stand a challenge potentially in the courts?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
I don't believe that we offered any legal advice.
The Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I know it hasn't happened yet. Does the minister or her department feel that they may be called upon in the future if something happens where there potentially is some challenge in the courts, or is it the minister's understanding that her department would not get involved in that discussion that would fall outside her mandate? So I'm just wondering, has there been any discussion that potentially we may need to step in here as Switzerland of the government of Nova Scotia and try to get through something that potentially could drag on for years if it is challenged? So I'm wondering if any discussions has happened, or do you foresee a role potentially in your department as minister, and or is that something that will be dealt with in another department, and the minister will avoid any kind of interaction if that kind of a situation unfolds here in Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
I want to thank the honourable member, but with no crystal ball at my service here, I can't answer a hypothetical question. What I would say is, I think these are questions that you would want to put to the minister responsible for the public service. It was not this department's legislation, and we were not involved.
The Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chairman, and I understand the answer from the minister. I am concerned, though, that her department is not looking at ways to potentially mitigate any problems that other departments may create. And I understand fully it was not their department's bill, but mitigate any problems another department may create with this, and that's the minister mentioned a crystal ball. When I look at the budget that was tabled, the assumptions in that budget, in my view, were made with a crystal ball. Just what the minister mentioned, and I know it's not her department's doing, but very difficult to go through that budget and be totally committed to some of the assumptions that are in the budget, especially around revenues, future revenues that may come in, especially around personal income tax, and that was my line of questioning of why. How can we have this budget go forward with the assumption that wages will be at a certain level when they're not even negotiated yet, and potentially we'll have Bill 143 enacted if a bargaining unit challenges that pattern set out in that legislation. So I will get on to some more detailed questions, and I do apologize if I'm duplicating some of the questions. I was trying to erase the ones that I heard some answers, but it was a bit confusing there between the member from Cape Breton and the minister. So, so under corporate policy and services, and of course that's page 16.3, just a quick clarification on the increase seen with the administration. We're looking at potentially 100,000 roughly, or I believe 100,000. Wondering if the minister could give me a bit of more detail on what that increased costs in the budget this year will be for.
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
So we did actually cover this previously, and I understand that the honourable member didn't catch that. So we did have a reduction in what we were paying to Communications Nova Scotia for communications work, and that money is moved to the Strategic Initiative Fund, and this is a fund that we do have within the department. It does give us the opportunity to act quickly in the case that there is something that comes up and we need to move quickly on. And as an example, I would give you that last year we had a heads up from Health that there was an issue around the number of medical technologists in the province. We had a lot that were retiring, and we were made aware that the community college could add 14 additional seats at a cost of $200,000. So that's the kind of thing that we use that money for. That was actually more than we would than we had in that ability at the time. But what I'm saying is sometimes we have to act quickly. We literally had those seats accepted because that has a huge wait list. That program has a wait list. There's a need for med techs. We heard from the honourable member from Cape Breton earlier. So that's the kind of thing where we may have to react quickly to help fill a need, quite frankly, that we see in another department for our healthcare system, for example.
The Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you for that answer. But why wouldn't that be a separate line item? It's under administration, correct? I mean, to me, administration is helping for administration duties. What the minister just spoke about, definitely, I would support fully, and the government should be looking at more opportunities to do that, because I know there's wait lists. So why would it be? Why would it? Maybe there's a good answer why it's under administration. But I mean, I would think the minister and the department would want to maybe add a line item so that you can promote the fact that, listen, we have funding that could go to increasing the medical. So maybe there's a good answer why it's in administration.
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
I'm not sure we want to promote it because, as it is, we do get a lot of requests, and they're very worthy requests, and we can't always. We just simply don't always have the money for that. We do have a little there for that kind of thing. Obviously, a rainy day fund or whatever. It is, but it is there to do good work when we do see a gap in our labor force.
The Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Well, the thousands of people who are paying attention to law amendments or estimates today will know the secret is out. And now that I know, as soon as I hear that there's an issue around maybe some of our healthcare providers and access to getting trained, then I know the minister I'm going to go to first. It's not going to be the Minister of Health. Under planning, research and accountability, the estimate, the forecast last year saw a drop of about $170,000. So there was $696,000 put in the budget, and I believe it was about $520,000. So I'm wondering if the minister could account for that that reduction on that line item: planning, research, and accountability.
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
This may sound a little ironic, but we can't always plan where we're going to get our vacancies, and they happen to hit the planning budget line. That's the vast majority of that.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
And I apologize for the next question. It's the next line of technology services. I believe you were answering the minister or the member from Cape Breton earlier on such a significant decrease. I know there was an answer, but I wonder just to be clear if the minister could indicate that technology services, the drop of well, I'll say 600,000, but just under 600,000.
The honourable Minister of Labour.
So that was because technology services, information technology services were transferred to internal services. So, yeah.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, and that's I've mentioned this in other estimates. It's been a challenge. This is my 13th budget estimates I've been going through. Some good, some bad, but it's a bit confusing because there has been such a shift between departments. And moving services to one. Internal services seem to be the department that was dumped on last year, but now a lot has moved out. So I do apologize for asking those questions, but it does make it a challenge in estimates, and we're only allowed a few people in lockup. So we try to cover as much as we can. I think we're only allowed 4. I think I'm going to request maybe 6. Next year, and then we could all be in lockup and ask these questions. And that is a joke. Anyway, professional. Soon to be 31, Mr. Chairman. Soon to be 31. Just wait and see. Professional services last year seen an increase of about $300,000. Wonder if the minister could give us a bit of detail on professional services. I kind of know what it does, but for those watching and may have this question, professional services, what's involved in that budget line item, and why did we see an increase, a spike, about $324,000 last year spent on professional services? Where did that money go to?
The honourable Minister of Labour.
it was actually, there was an error on less chargeables on rent, and there was a security services increase because Justice is no longer splitting that with us, so that's what that's about.
The honourable member for Northside, the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
A security issue or something in security? I want just a little bit more detail on that one.
The honourable Minister of Labour.
So the Department of Justice used to be co-located in the same building, and we would split the cost for security services,
okay.
And they're no longer with us.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We want to go. I'll go to 16.4 now, and there's been in actually two segments on that: programs and safety, and then in labour services. Both those areas in the administration side of things have seen increases. So in safety, administration increase about $200 and some $1,000. So on page 16.4. So I'm wondering if the minister could indicate the reason such an increase, because last year's budget was underspent by about $200,000. So now, if the budget was underspent last year, we're seeing a significant increase from what was spent to this year's budget. So it would be almost $500,000. So I wonder if we could get a little bit more detail on exactly why was it underspent, and then two, why such an increase compared to what was spent last year to the budget for this year's administration.
The honourable Minister of Labour.
So it was underspent because we moved that money, remember the Strategic Initiative Fund that I was talking about? We moved that from safety to policy, number one. And the other thing is we did move some positions from occupational health and safety into administration. It's just a move. There's no increase in the salary. The jobs didn't change or whatever. They're still doing the same thing. It's just they're in a different part. It's just a reorganization, that's all.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
So I will go into occupational health and safety, and it's my understanding that there has been some reclassification or changes in job titles within those who work within occupational health and safety, which is a positive thing. I think it's well needed, and we've seen in the budget a slight increase. We know that, and I don't know to what degree I can mention this, but we know that legislation was introduced today, or was that yesterday? Yesterday, sorry, on the day of morning, around occupational health and safety, and someone who, I'm someone who believes that this is an area that we governments need to continue to be investing in, continuing to evolve the work that those dedicated people do within that realm of occupational health and safety. So there has been some changes, I believe, in the roles that those officers and others who are doing the important work has done. Can the minister give us maybe a little bit of an overview on some of those changes? I know people who work in the department who are excited about what lies ahead on some of the new roles. So maybe on that, what do we see in the future around the evolution of the work that they do, especially with the legislation introduced yesterday?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
So obviously, one of the things we've been, hearing about over the last year is a new potential mine opening in Cape Breton. So we have, in fact, put 3 new mining positions in that particular section. The senior engineer and I think the junior engineer have been hired. There's one position yet that we're still interviewing for, but that is part of the difference there. And we have a new outreach section for occupational health and safety, so that we can do, part of the whole changing the culture around safety is not just about, having rules, but it's also about changing the hearts and minds of people. And so we've been doing a lot of work around that. Sometimes employees just need to know what they're doing wrong. Sometimes we need to make them understand why safety is important. And I think, I think back to the Mothers Against Drunk Driving campaigns, for example, that were so successful. It wasn't just because we had laws against drunk driving, but it was because we began to change the conversation. And so that's one of the things that we're trying to do with our safety partners. And, I would point to the success of a number of different initiatives, the workforce safety strategy, our partners with the construction sector, the fishing safety initiative. We're seeing big results because we're changing the conversation about safety. And sometimes it's as a result of an incident that captures that makes people sit up and take notice. And I would say, for example, the Miss Alley, that sinking made a lot of fishermen think twice about how they behave on the water. So you're seeing fishermen wear their PFDs. I think CBC had a very interesting item on the other night about a new suit that you can put on and wear while you're working and all of that. And so he's doing some work. This researcher who is, I believe, connected with Dal, who's doing some work with Norway around getting that. But in terms of there are a number of things we've done, including hiring a dedicated prosecutor for OSH violations. And I think having that position has made it possible for our investigators who, when they would go to an accident site, it's treated like a crime scene, and if they thought there was a crime, they contact the police, and the police will investigate. But having the ability for the police to go to that prosecutor and say, this is what we found, this is what we do we have any gaps here? The prosecutor can help them make sure they're laying the appropriate charge, and if charges are warranted, to prosecute that successful.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So continue on with the safety lines in the budget. I wonder if the minister could indicate what the technical safety line item entails, because what we've seen on that line item and the one below it, occupational health and safety, pretty much a change in budget. So a reduction of about $316,000 to technical safety, and an increase in the occupational health and safety one by $309,000. So I'm wondering if the minister could indicate what technical safety, what that means, what that entails, and maybe a reason why their budget went down by about $300,000.
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
So this is the fun part where the honourable member came in and everybody was all confused because we were talking apples and oranges at one point. But so technical safety, that branch is the branch that goes to make sure that looks after elevators and that kind of thing, boilers, elevators, etc. Sorry, he's retired. Randall has retired. Randy has retired. I don't know at this point. But I was thinking that the other day. I was in an elevator and I thought, soon we're going to see a new name up there, and it won't be Randy anymore. So those are the folks that do that. And what you're seeing a difference in here is we were in the process of establishing a single IT system, and the money was to be spread out over 2 years. And so it was this will improve processes and increase inspections through the implementation and additional functionality of our IT system.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
I won't get it. So there's a decrease of budget, but more work will be done. But I think I'll just leave that one for now. I want to go to the occupational health and safety line item. A slight increase. Given the legislation and hopefully the emphasis on safety as we move forward, is that increase sufficient to meet the goals that the government have with trying to improve safety around work sites in Nova Scotia? And I'm on the department side, should I write a letter to Treasury or Finance to try to get them more money? But to me, there's not a whole lot of movement or increase in the budget around safety, and I'm concerned that things will be put off into the future when we heard the speeches at the day of mourning that safety should trump a balanced budget, for example, Mr. Chairman. Safety should be the #1 concern. So, is the minister confident that she can support the legislation that was introduced by the funds that are allocated? And I know she's not going to throw her own government under the bus, but maybe she will. And she has an ally with her. She does. But I'm concerned that the budget line items do not reflect what we see with increased responsibility and legislation that we see on the books today.
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
So actually, I should just go back to the previous question, because I realized I left out something really important, because you did see a decrease, and that project was just, it had more money up front. and in phase 2 it was less money. So I did want to assure you of that. In terms of the increase in occupational health and safety, yes, I do believe this is adequate. We have 3 new mining positions added to occupational health and safety, and we have, again, it's about changing the culture, and I think we're well underway with that with our safety partners. That isn't to say that there isn't more work to do, and in terms of throwing under a bus, that might be a workplace violation, and I want to assure the honourable member that I would not want to engage in that kind of behaviour. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know. I remember when the Liberals were over here on this side. We heard a lot about a bus back then, and I don't know if they take this. They would have taken that stance back then, but I appreciate it. I want to go to the Graduate to Opportunity program. We know how important it is to try to ensure that our young people stay in this province once they're educated, once they're trained, to hopefully meet the what's driving the economy, meet the demands in Nova Scotia, and having a daughter who's ready to go off to university, you know, trying to discuss with a teenager, you know, have you investigated all your employment opportunities down the road? They very much run with the heart and what they want to do, and we just, I guess, have to cross our fingers and hope that they make the right decisions as they move forward in their education. But one of the things we did, definitely the Standing Committee on Human Resources talked about this, you know, had correspondence with the department and the Associate Deputy Minister. And in that response, there was a breakdown of the applications by region, and I believe every application was approved, but it shows definitely heavy number of those are from Halifax, and as an MLA that represents a riding in the HRM, that's great to see, but. Definitely the other regions of the province, I think, need support, and they need to make sure that they have every opportunity as people here in Halifax have. So I'm wondering what kind of work, and here I can actually do the breakdown. Halifax had 168 applications, Cape Breton 20, North, I guess north of the province 18, the Valley 8, and the southern region 13. What is the government doing? What is the department and the minister doing to try to get that spread out a little more, so that we can help every region of this province?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question, and I don't disagree with him that there is a preponderance of positions in Metro. That's what we found in that first year. You will recall initially it was announced, I think, in February, and then as part of ERDT. And so when we looked at where we were seeing the applications come through, we saw a lot coming from Metro, and maybe that's because there are a lot of graduates in Metro, but I don't think that's just it. You have to remember, it's not just government creating positions. We have to have partners, and we have to have folks in the private sector who are willing to be our partners, and that's why we're out there working with that. The universities are helping us make employers aware, as is the community college. They're helping us make our private partners aware, because we do want to make sure that this is spread a little more evenly around the province. It's kind of the inverse of what we see in the student summer skills, where so many of the positions are in rural areas, and that may be simply because that position's been around a little longer and folks know about it, but this is why We're so looking forward to having the honourable member share the good news about Graduate to Opportunity around the province as this program continues to evolve and expand. We're really excited about this. We think it's a good way to have young people get a foot in the door, because so often that first job is so crucial for young people. It's also why we're doing a lot of work around co-op and experiential learning, because it's less of a risk for an employer to hire on a new person if they know that new person has some kind of experience in the area. So whether it's student summer skills, whether it's co-op, whether it's an internship or a practicum, that way employers know that the person, the graduate, has some experience in that area. When you hire someone, you have to train them. Even if they come to you trained, you still have to train them, right? It's not just sort of walk in the door and boom, you're done. And so we do know that employers do want to hire young people, and we're getting very good response. We met our goal the first year in terms of numbers. We had, and by the time we hit the end of the year, I think we had another 50-something approved. But again, it does take employers a while to, so they may apply and then say, apply in March because they're going to hire somebody in September. So it may be a while before they hire them. It may take a while to find the right match for them. So there is sometimes a bit of a lag time there too.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wonder if the minister could indicate what the goals are, or what are the numbers for this year? Have you, as a department, set a goal? If you had one last year, I would assume there is one for this year. And can the minister provide it to the committee?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
We're just sourcing that number. Sorry, it's not on here, but we'll be happy to share it with you. But the funding did double to $3.2 million, and as of mid-April, we had received more than 230 applications and approved more than 170. And just so you know, the average salary, and this is the average, for those new graduate employees is about $40,000 a year. It has to be a minimum of $30,000, but we are getting some other ones. So we had 104 the first year, and our goal is to have 200 new placements. So that's on top of the 104, because they will, the first year they get 25% of their wage covered. The next year they get 12.5, and then the following year, and so this year we would have the second year of that first cohort plus the 200.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you for those numbers. How will you determine the success of this program? And I would hope that it's not just that you had 104 people in the program. So I wonder if the minister could tell us, how is government going to determine if this program is successful or not?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
So I think we would determine that it would be a success if we see these new hires employed with the company beyond the end of the program covered by Graduate to Opportunity. The idea is to get folks in the door, get them familiar with an employer, and early on in our mandate, the Premier, Deputy Ministers, Presidents of universities, President of the Community College, and I went to Waterloo. And we were checking out the co-op program and a number of different things that were happening there. Communitech, the high-tech startup hub there. And I remember meeting with an employer who, and we were talking about co-op, and as the honourable member probably knows, I am a graduate of the University of Waterloo's co-op English program, and so we were talking about the co-op program, and they said, you know, they thought when they got involved with the co-op program, they thought that they were doing, you know, these young people a huge favor, and they realized at the end of the day, what was really happening is that the young people were doing a favor to them. They were bringing new ideas, innovation, enthusiasm to the job. They were refreshing the workforce, and in fact, at Waterloo, and it's changed from when I was there, and I don't know if it's across all programs, but he was saying that in the engineering program, you're not allowed to hire back a former student in the co-op program because they want to make sure that businesses and the students get lots of different experiences. But when I went there, you were allowed to stay with an employer more than one co-op work term. And at the end of my last co-op work term, when I graduated, I walked down the street and I had a job. So I think that whether it's graduate to opportunities, co-op programs, summer jobs, any of these programs that give young people the opportunity to show their merit, to prove their stuff, I think they're all a good thing.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
So I'm wondering if the minister and the department are looking at how they will determine post receiving this funding and support from the department if it's successful. So you know, we hear a lot about payroll rebates and that they're effective for bringing the jobs, but once the rebates are gone, those jobs usually tend to go where the next rebate is. So is there a mechanism in place for the department to, over the long term, ensure that this program is successful, and how will the department do that?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Yes, of course. We'll be following up with the businesses and with the new graduates as well, so that we can have some idea how things are working out for them. So yes.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
And one of the reasons I'm going down this road is that, of course, I think all of us want to make sure that the retention of our young people after they're educated or trained is something that is a priority. And we know in last year's budget, the graduate retention rebate program was dissolved, or 2 years ago. Thank you, Minister. 2 years ago. And you know, during the HR committee, it was asked of the department if they could do a comparison of the graduate retention rebate and the graduate to opportunity, and I'll table this after I'm done my section of the estimates here. And the response the committee got from the Associate Deputy Minister was this, and I quote, "We checked with our colleagues at the Department of Finance and Treasury Board in order to address the committee's request for a comparison between the former graduate retention rebate and our experience in the first year of graduate to opportunity. The analysis from finance staff of our graduate retention rebate concluded that it's impossible to determine the reasons graduates stay or left the province from tax data, and further, that the trend was unchanged as a result of the rebate." End quote. So I'm concerned that there was a lot said about the former program, graduate retention program. Didn't work. We had to get rid of it. They had the support of the students at the time, even though the students who were currently students at the time wanted that money reinvested, and we know the debate that went on after that. They were very upset that did not happen. There was some investment of that $50 million, but not to the satisfaction of the students. So here we have another program that I believe is going to be very difficult to come up with the information that we need. And I would have hoped that the government knowing that they really didn't have the information. It was almost impossible for them to justify just limiting the graduate retention rebate program because the data is just not there. It's very difficult once someone leaves a program to kind of figure out how successful it is. I was hoping for a little bit more detail from the minister, that there's a plan in place, there's a strategy in place, there's a policy in place, there's something down on paper that this is what we're going to do so that we, in a year's time, potentially after the next election, if the government's re-elected, if they're not re-elected, that they can say and turn to that these are the outcomes, this program's successful, and we need to put $50 million in it. I know we're at $3.2 million, but the other program had $50 million in it. So I'm wondering if the minister has a response or can provide the committee and the House that policy, that direction, that information that will ensure there's data collected, there's information collected to support the success or not the success of this program as people move out of it and are hopefully staying employed in the province in the future.
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question, and I would point out that graduate retention rebate was in fact a program of the Department of Finance, so it's not part of my wheelhouse, so to speak. We did hear very clearly from students that they didn't feel that it was that it worked, that it in fact retained graduates. I do know that tax data that came from the Department of Finance, which is the department responsible for the graduate retention rebate, did indicate that the vast majority of the people who were accessing the full benefit of the graduate retention rebate were in fact people who were mid-career or completing a second degree. So in terms of this particular program, we will be following up. We want to make sure. I do believe that good data drives good decisions, and I believe that that's why we would follow up and want to know what was going on. I would point out that we have a number of different initiatives that assist students in a variety of different ways. We have the co-op program, and we are increasing the funding to that substantially in this budget. The student summer skills incentive, which we now call skill. We have the student jobs. We are increasing the money for that. We're also, one thing we haven't talked about at all here, Mr. Speaker, is our graduate scholarship program, and I think it is, or I have just briefly touched on it, I guess, but I think that's another way that we're giving young people a chance to have their first job, in this case in research, the opportunity to have their first job in research in a priority area for this province, and those are spread throughout the province. I take what the honourable member said about the Graduate to Opportunities jobs. These are spread throughout the province based on the kind of research that is done here in Nova Scotia. So some universities would do more research than others, for example. And yes, the bulk of those graduate scholarships are in fact at Dalhousie, but we have them at St. Mary's University, at Acadia, at SMU, at the Mount, at St. FX, NASCAD, University of King's College, AST. You know, it's almost every single university in the province, and for a variety of different really exciting projects. What we heard when we were in the process of creating this scholarship, and what we heard afterwards, was that the students particularly valued this this program because the money was going directly to them. Often a scholarship program will have the money tied to the professor, and if the professor decides to move across the country, that particular scholarship moves with them. In this case, the money stays with the student, and they're able to get their first jobs doing research in their subject area. And I've met with a number of students. We've announced some at Dalhousie, we announced some up at St. FX, and I would like to take a moment for an introduction. Can I do an introduction? Do you mind?
Yes.
I would just like to point out that we have the Executive Director of Students Nova Scotia, Nick Head-Peterson, has joined us in the East Gallery, and I'd ask the members to give him the warm welcome in the House. And I note that the Finance Minister is clapping wildly because he is, in fact, an ex-grad, and and so actually I was there at St. FX with Students Nova Scotia and Canadian Federation of Students. We were having our regular Students Roundtable, which we do 4 times a year, but at Nick's request, we actually moved it out of Halifax for a change, and it was a lovely change to get out to St. FX again and see the new buildings on campus, and to meet some of the students who are actually getting this graduate scholarship. A very impressive young woman that we had a chance to talk to that day. So I do want to say that I do believe that whether it's graduate to opportunity, skill, co-op, graduate scholarships, these are things that these are programs that are making a real difference in people's lives. What we have heard from students was that they wanted to stay here in Nova Scotia, and they would do it if they had a job, and not just a job, but a job that they could see a career developing from. And so that, for us, was a key thing. Graduates want to stay here, whether they're Nova Scotians or they're people who come to this province. They want to stay here, and they want to live here. Who wouldn't? I can tell you, I came from another part of the country 32 years ago. I thought I was here for maybe a 5-year stint, and 32 years later, I've put down roots, and I'm here because Nova Scotia is a wonderful province and a great place to live. And when there are opportunities for young people, like these opportunities, it makes it so much easier for them to actually put down roots and to stay with us. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
It's interesting. It's interesting those comments, especially with our guest in the gallery, because he's leaving us. He's going to Ontario to work for the government, I believe, in Ontario, and we do. I know he's going home, but we should have worked harder to keep him here. He's a bright young man, but no one can take it from someone who wants to go back home and be closer to family. But it's far too often that's the case, and that's part of our problem here in the province, is trying to make sure that we have opportunities for graduates, and we have opportunities for people who are trained. And I only have 2 minutes left, so I do have some more questions around career centres and where the province is going. And maybe quickly, I do have a couple minutes, but of course, more recent changes with career centres and the loss of service coming up in the Preston region with Watershed Association Development Enterprise, and to say that they're upset doesn't do it justice. They're extremely mad, extremely mad that this organization that has been providing Labour Council and service and development for 30 years to the African Nova Scotian community of Preston and in and around Lake Loon will no longer be able to do that. The funding is moving to the YMCA, which I've heard the explanation from the minister on several occasions, not only in the House but in the media. It's cold comfort to that organization and to the people who depended on that organization for 30 years to say their proposal wasn't good enough. The YMCA is going to do it in Cole Harbour. That's where the residents can go now to get the service. We're not taking the service away, we're just moving it. Over my 13 years, especially in healthcare, the passion in which community members in North Preston and Cherrybrook and all that area put into ensuring that services are in their community is second to none. And I know I don't have time for the minister to respond, but I want to ensure the minister I'll be returning to this to try to get some answers on the concerns that they have in that community. And it's not satisfactory to just say those services will be in another community, they can go there. So I'll return that. I know my colleague has the next hour with the minister.
Order. The time has expired. We'll now rotate to the minister would like to have a 5-minute recess, 3-minute recess. No, 5 minutes. Thank you. We're recessed. Order. We'll now revert to the Progressive Conservative Party for their rotation. I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm always nice. I'm going to revert back down to just a little bit on apprenticeships, if the minister doesn't mind. I left off with that. Has the department noticed a significant increase in apprentices as well as certified tradespeople returning to our province after the downturn in the economy in Alberta?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
We've seen about a 6% increase in the number of tradespeople and apprentices coming back.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess the logical question is, are these people working back here in the province now? Is this going to increase the amount of red seal people we have in the province so that our apprentices that are here will now have the right number of red seals to deal with the apprentices we have? I know we've changed a few of the requirements from 1 to 1 to 2 to 1, but the biggest problem we had is we didn't have enough people actually working here in the province to be able to handle the amount of apprentices we wanted to have. So are they going to be working, and will that ease the burden on some of the abilities of red seal tradespeople to take on apprentices?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
So I would point out that it's not just enough to have a red seal come back, they have to be employed, right? So they have to be employed to provide that service to the apprentice. There are over 6,000 apprentices who are currently active and working in the province, and I would say one of the things that we're trying to do to make sure that our apprentices get the opportunity to work in this province. We have a new procurement program, so that if a company wants to be involved in the building of our new schools here in Nova Scotia, they need to be involved in the apprenticeship program. And so that's one. It's, you know, you can do carrot or you can do stick. This is carrot. Attached to a stick, I guess. But you know, it is definitely a carrot. It's to encourage companies to, in fact, engage in the apprenticeship system. The other thing we need to do, quite frankly, is say thank you to the people, to the organizations, the companies that take on apprentices, because without them, we don't have a system. And I think it's really important to say thank you to them. That. And we are working to increase the number of employers who hire apprentices. Only about 20% of employers who could hire apprentices do, and it's not that Nova Scotia is lagging behind, you know, other provinces or anything like that. It's just not a lot of employers do that. And you know, when you think about it, when you take on, if you have a summer student in your office, or right now I have a co-op student, a lovely young man who is working in my office, and that does take some of your time to sort of walk them through, and in this case, it's more than walking them through what they have to do. It's a rigorous training program. So that does mean that we are seeing, we know that it does take effort to have an apprentice, but I think particularly where we see a tightening of the labour market, where we see more people retiring, we have that, we call it the silver tsunami happening. There are a lot of employers who are sort of looking down the road and saying, oh my gosh, a good chunk of our workforce is 55. And so they know that they need to begin to recruit younger workers, and one way to do that is through the apprenticeship system.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Chair, and we had the opportunity a couple of weeks ago in the HR committee to have the Deputy Minister and some people from the department in to talk about the Graduate Opportunities Program, and at the time we asked a few questions, but I guess the One Nova Scotia Coalition recommended that we have scale that Graduate Opportunity Program up. I believe it says in there that it should be scaled up to, I believe it's 500 people in the next couple of years, and I know that 100 people have used it so far, and it's going to double again this year, and I know the financing has doubled. I guess my big question is what happens after the end of the 2 years with the person who has been under this program? Is there any incentive added extra to have the employer keep that person, or is there any penalty for the person if they are not able to keep them for no other reason other than they had a little bump in their funding beforehand?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you to the honourable member for the question. We believe that 2 years gives the employer and the employee time to create a relationship, a workplace relationship, and that's actually why you do see the incentive decreasing in the second year, because they should be more valuable to the company at that point. So you have a 25% wage subsidy the first year, 12.5% the next year. We will be tracking the graduates and the employers after the end of that 2-year period, so that we know whether this is in fact working, because we believe that good data drives good decisions, and we want to know, we don't believe this is going to happen, but we want to know if in fact employers are just, you know, hiring somebody, keeping them for 2 years, dropping them, and then trying to hire someone else, right? So we want to know that that is not the case. I spoke, can't remember if it was when the honourable member was here or when the member for Sackville was here, but you know, I talked about our trip to Waterloo. Okay, so here we go now. Duff has heard this a few hundred times, but anyway, he's also told it a few hundred times, just to be clear. But anyway, yeah. But so the Premier and a number of the deputy ministers, university presidents, community college president, and I went to Waterloo to check out their co-op program and a number of other things. We were looking at the hub model, the Communitech hub model there for small business startup, high tech, etc. And we asked them a number of questions while we were there. As I've explained before, I went through the University of Waterloo's co-op English program, and you have 5 work terms. So at the end of, and it's changed now, or at least it's different for engineering. It may be the same for other programs, but we were talking about the engineering program while I was there, and those students are actually not allowed to go to the same employer more than once. When I was there, you could go You could spend every work term with an employer if you wanted. It wasn't recommended, but you could. I spent mine at 2 different employers, and my final employer, for whom I worked for 3 work terms, I did actually, upon graduation, go to work for them before I moved here to Nova Scotia. And because we had created a relationship, and they knew what I could do. So, I had written newscasts, I had reported, I walked out the door and began producing a weekly news show because they knew what I could do. And that's why we believe this will work, because employers will know what that young person can do. At the end of that 2-year period, they'll have a very good idea of the skills that they bring to us. And what we heard at Waterloo, when I was talking to a co-op employer, we were talking about, how do you get more employers and all of this stuff, and he said, the funny thing is, at the beginning of this program, we thought that we were doing these kids a favor, and we have realized through this that they are bringing so much to us. They are bringing innovation, they're bringing the latest techniques. He said it's like a breath of fresh air coming in with these co-op students, and every student brings a different skill set, different strengths, different weaknesses, but for them, they found it extremely worthwhile to have students coming in. So what I would say is that I believe, we believe that that 2-year period will certainly allow a young person to prove themselves with an employer. If, for whatever reason, the employer does not keep them on, that person now has 2 years of work experience under their belt. And that, what we often heard from young people was that, they were ready to take on the world, but nobody would give them a chance. Well, now they've had a chance, and now they've got that work experience, and now they've got a resume that says, I can do this, 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 and this. And that is a very different place from walking out the door of an academic institution with no experience. And that's why, even if they're not involved in Graduate to Opportunities, if they've had a chance to be involved in Student Summer Skill Program, if they've had a chance to be involved in the co-op program, or if they're off doing graduate research. Students, recent graduates, are going to get work experience where we haven't really had that kind of opportunity before here in Nova Scotia. And I should be clear, there were some university programs that have had co-op as part of their experience for a long time. We're in the process of beefing that up, though.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my biggest reason for asking that question is if the economy in Nova Scotia doesn't improve dramatically, we could be training a lot of these young and bright students to leave once they get the 2-year program if there's not enough available. We've got experience. The other side of that is that they could very easily leave where they're at for either greener pastures or whatever, family matters, because then they'd have experience and be easy enough to go. So I guess my next question is if this starts to happen, is there a way we're going to deal with this, a second plan maybe, or a way to look at it to try and improve keeping them here after and over and above, or I guess is it going to be looked at after the couple of years or 4 years to evaluate the program to see if it's working the way it should be?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
We're always looking at new ways to do things, to improve what we're doing, to make sure that we offer our young people the best opportunities possible. The other thing we want is we want our young people to succeed. And so sometimes we have to make it. Look at the apprenticeship program, for example. That allows young people to move across the country. We could have been scared and said, we're not going to do that because our apprentices could leave and maybe they won't end up coming back. But what we have to do is give our young people the opportunity to spread their wings and fly. We hope they're going to fly around home and stay here, but at the end of the day, what we need to do is give them the best start we possibly can, and that's why we're doing this program.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister. In your opening remarks, you mentioned that there's going to be more opportunities for co-ops and summer jobs, something that if a student is to maintain university in this day and age with sometimes the inability to get student loans or grants and so on and so forth, when are we going to know how many summer jobs are going to be available, where they're going to be available at, and what the details of those jobs are going to be?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
We're just double checking to make sure that those are listed online, because I know that folks in my area are already applying, so I'm assuming they're online, but I just want to double check that in fact that those are appearing online, so that there is a list as has happened in the past. As you may know, the Student Summer Skill Program was initially with ERDT and came over to us last year, and I believe we will have over. It is online, and we'll be happy to provide the link to the honourable member. I'm thinking it's Labour and Advanced Education, but we'll double check on that link for you, okay? So I believe it's 700 student summer skills, sorry. We've approved more than 800 work placements for students enrolled in post-secondary institutions, and last year the program provided about 730 people with jobs. You always have a little bit of slippage. Some people get approved, and in the end they don't go with it. So there's always a little bit of slippage between what's approved and who actually picks it up, which organizations actually pick it up. But it is, and actually in terms of the satisfaction, we have done some follow-up satisfaction work around that. So 91% of students were actually satisfied or very satisfied with the experience working for their employer. And it can't just be, a routine job. There needs to be some, skill involved in that. They need to be learning something. So I'm thinking of my local historic house, and where we have young people doing historical research. They're writing things, they're doing social media, they are giving tours, and they have a variety of different skills that they're working on over that summer that actually I think intersect quite nicely with their studies in terms of that. And so that is up online. And then I think you also asked me about co-op. And in 2015, we supported work placements for 571 students at over 300 different organizations over the 3 terms.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. You talked about over 500 co-op jobs. Were all of those co-op jobs paid, or were they unpaid? Because I know some of the co-op programs in university, as part of your training, you go in and do your co-op type of skills training, and it's unpaid. Were all those jobs paid? And if they weren't, is there somehow, I'll say, for example, with the physiotherapy program that I took, you had to do time in hospital, and it was up to the institution at that time if you got paid or you didn't get paid, and they got a free, especially in your last year, they got a free employee for 6 months to do without pay. So I'm just wondering if somehow would that allow us to help maintain some of our youngest and brightest if we could help with the unpaid to turn them into a paid.
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
So this is quite rightly an issue that we do hear about from our students at the Government Student Roundtable. All of our co-op positions are in fact paid. So these are the ones that we give a wage subsidy to. All of those 571 students were in fact paid. Typically, it's a 4-month work term, right? And is that right? Yeah, 4-month work term. And there are some university programs that have practicums, which I think is often what we see in the health professions, and they're not always paid. And we also have some service learning programs through a variety of universities where I'm thinking of one of my daughters who went off and did some work with the local mental health society, doing drama presentation with folks suffering from mental illness, that kind of thing. So that wouldn't have been a paid one. But wherever possible, we're promoting the paid co-op because particularly if they're of longer duration, it's difficult for students who don't come from means to do those. So it's one thing if you have a 4-week placement. It's another thing to work for free for 6 months. So wherever possible, we are encouraging those. But I do know that it's very common in the health professions to have the unpaid co-op ones. All of the ones that the government supports are in fact paid.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess before I get off of this area and get into some of the university issues, we heard in this House a couple of times about the people who were employed in the public service, that there was a number of jobs were created this year. But then the other rumor we heard is that most of them were part-time and that they weren't hired and they weren't hired. I guess I just going to ask, how many people youth were employed in the public service, either as a co-op or as an apprentice or as an intern, and where would most of those jobs have been, within what department?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
So that would be a public service question. I don't mean to be opaque on that, but I know that in our department we hire co-op students. I think we had a dozen last summer. Is that right? And they were doing all kinds of research for us. They were full-time for their particular term, those positions. They were doing research for us. They came in and presented to me at the end of it. We've hired, and so they were in the MPA program, I believe, and we've also hired co-op students in the Mounts Public Relations program, and they are paid as well. So I honestly have not heard anything about part-time government jobs at all. No.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Moving on to universities and students, I first like to get a few questions in about student safety and accessibility on our campuses. So I guess my first and biggest question is, could the minister please tell me or outline what the department's plan is to improve safety of our students on all of our campuses or universities or career colleges?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
I want to thank the honourable member for the question. I think all of us in this House are aware of the issues around sexual violence on campuses and in society in general. And I think we all want to get to the same place, which is that students and staff and faculty feel safe on campus, because this, we send our children away and we want them to have a good experience at university, at college, and we want to make sure that that they have a good, safe experience. We know that's not always the case, and certainly there have been a number of high-profile incidents, not only here in Nova Scotia, but across the country, and in fact, throughout the world. So the question is, what do you do to combat that? And I think all of us are trying to get to the same place. Some of us are doing it in a different way. In our particular case, we have a new memorandum of understanding with the universities, which we're a week or two away from signing, and that actually outlines, I think, actually it has a lot of the same things in it that the bill introduced by the honourable member's party earlier this week do, in terms of having standardized sexual assault policies, having them easily accessible to students so they know what the policies are, and not just students, but staff and faculty, and having the ability for the students to know where to go to get that. These policies would have to be reviewed every 3 years through a process that would involve an inclusive process that would involve students, and we worked with student groups, universities, community services, status of women to in fact develop this section of the Memorandum of Understanding. And of course last year we introduced the government's Nova Scotia's first sexualized violence strategy, which contains actions that will in fact, we believe, have an impact on the amount of sexual violence on campus. There are a number of new grants that are being announced, and in fact, I think the first raft of announcements included one at Acadia University where young people came together, put in a proposal to the department, and so they were one of the first organizations to be awarded these. Again, we were talking earlier about workplace safety, and to me, this is also about workplace safety, but it's also about changing the hearts and minds. We need to teach our young men not to rape. And we need to, and that's why having universities involved in talking about consent and what it means is crucial. And that's why I believe it's so important to have these grants for student groups to actually begin to do that kind of work, because we can have, for many years, and we were talking about this earlier with MAD, for many years we had laws against drunk driving. We have laws against sexual assault, and yet they are still going on. So how do you change that? How do you get people from believing that it's okay to have sex with someone who hasn't consented or who is so drunk that they cannot consent? How do you change that? And you change it by education. You change it by getting people's hearts and minds engaged in that. And that's what we're doing with workplace safety. That's how we're changing attitudes there. And I believe we need to do the same thing on campuses. And that's why we believe that this is an extremely important part of a very vigorous MOU. It's not the kind of MOU we've seen before. It's a very comprehensive document, and in this particular case, as minister, I will be advised by a group that will tell me what else needs to be done. It's a living, breathing document that will have additional aspects to it. There were some things in some of the bills that I've seen that either concern me or I think may duplicate efforts. So if you have government announcing a helpline for sexual assault victims, I think that's a good thing, and I think it's a necessary thing, and that's why I'm not sure that a university needs to, in fact, duplicate that effort. And we know that the folks who will be on the government one will be trained. I know the students at Dalhousie put a great deal of effort this past fall into doing their own line. That's a lot of time and pressure on young people who are off at university. Some of them may be working, etc. So I think if this is a service that government can provide, I think we absolutely should do that. I also had a concern around reporting, and the universities get this. In fact, they already have a conference scheduled for June where they are in fact going to deal with how do you report in a small jurisdiction and not identify someone. Someone thought that I was concerned about a person's name being inadvertently released or something like that. You know, obviously we're always concerned about that, but what I'm concerned about in a small jurisdiction is that if you're in a small campus, and many of our campuses are small here in Nova Scotia. If you're in a small campus and it's reported that, you know, an aggravated sexual assault took place on X day, then if someone is not in class, people may be identifying that person that way. So we're looking for ways that we can have that reporting function, because I believe that reporting function is crucial, but do it in a way that provides a level of protection for the victims so they are not re-victimized by people putting 2 and 2 together and coming up with 5 or that kind of thing. So I want to be clear on my concerns around that. I do believe reporting is an issue, that it is necessary. The universities are taking steps. At the end of the day, I think, as I said, I believe we all want to come to the same place, which is to make sure that our campuses are safer for students. The difference between a legislative approach and an MOU approach is, a legislative approach is you will do this to the universities. An MOU process is we will do this together. It's cooperative. They understand that this absolutely needs to happen, and they're committed to it. And I know this because they're already at work on it.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my question is has there been any funding allotted to improve safety in the university campuses? If there is, how much? And we know that sexual violence, sexual assault is big on campuses, partially because it's young people and alcohol is involved, and they're away from home at the first time, and maybe they don't have the experience necessary to understand what's happening and when and how. And both the Canadian Federation of Students, Students Nova Scotia agree that a sexual violence strategy plan to combat sexual violence, sexual assault on campus would be a great help. And I'm just wondering if there's any money allotted towards making that happen. I know CBU had a sexual helpline on campus last year that is not going to be offered this year because of the funding problems to the universities, and the fear of the students there and the student union there is that they're going to lose that program, and they're even looking at maybe raising the money themselves as a student body to allow that to happen, which is another burden on students and ancillary fees and so on. I'm just wondering if the university's looked at or is or will commit some funding to that to make sure that the students on our campuses and our universities are safe and free of harm.
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Be still my beating heart. Nobody wants that.
No idea why I said
There are grants available to university student unions to work on combating sexual violence. I believe, having spoken to the minister, and I think they're still rolling those out, but any of the student unions that did apply, I believe, are getting some money. I don't know how much. I don't know whether they're getting all the money they asked for, but I do believe that any of the ones that did apply are in fact getting money. I know a lot of the student unions would run their own programs in the past. It's a combination of, you know, young people whose brains are still growing, except for Nick's, who's already, his is all done. Young people whose brains are growing, and the alcohol on campus, first time away from home. It's a whole lot of things. But if we can prepare our young people before they ever get to university about thinking about consent, which is why the grants are not just going to university and college campus, but also to younger people. So there are some that are being announced to high schools. And I would want to let you know that the outcome agreements, which we're working on and which we expect that will flow out of the MOU, and we expect those to be signed this summer, will require universities to meet the sexual violence outcome in the MOU, and a percentage of the operating grant will be attached to meeting this outcome. So quite frankly, we do have an increase for universities in this budget, and they need to meet their expected outcomes to get it. So that would be the stick approach. Most of it, we were talking earlier about carrots and sticks, and this is a stick approach. It's a financial approach. If you want to get your increase, you need to meet your outcomes around sexual violence.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister. I guess the question I have is around the tuition reset by universities and the change in the funding, that the universities are only going to get a 1% raise in their funding this year or in the next 3 years, when it's been shown that costs are going up at a higher rate than what's going to be allotted to them. Has the minister looked at what the impact on the enrollment in Nova Scotia universities may be because of the announcement of the free tuition for low-income families in New Brunswick, and if that number is going to be lower, will the minister be able to tell me if that's the case, the universities aren't taking as much money in, will that cause an increase in the tuition of the kids in Nova Scotia, or students in Nova Scotia? Not all of them are young adults, but and is the government prepared to see that if that happens, that funding will be brought up to where our universities can remain sustainable?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
So I want to thank the honourable member for the question. So first of all, we have to remember that our universities are board-governed individual institutions. So they will make decisions around any number of they'll make any number of financial decisions into which we have no say, no input, or anything like that. And that's not a complaint. It's just stating a fact. We do have input, but yes, but yeah, you need to keep it. Yes, it's Switzerland. It's Switzerland. Yes. So. So we have universities that, you know, may sign, for example, and this is not casting aspersions on any institution, I'm just speaking theoretically, they may sign a contract with any one of their unions, for example, that works at the institution that's above what they can pay. We have no say over that, right? So what we have said to universities is we expect you to manage your institution. We have been very clear, we've been upfront, we've given them 4 years of increases, stable funding. They know what the increases are. There are no surprises there, which we think is key because that hasn't always worked that way in the past. They know what they're going to get for the 4 years of the MOU, and they know what the increases are. So they need to make the decisions, the same kind of hard decisions, quite frankly, that we're having to make in government about what we fund or don't fund. And we've given them a number of options, ways that they can deal with these challenges, but to be quite frank, we are doing what we can for them at a time when there isn't a lot of money floating around in government. Universities have received an increase. There are not a lot of departments that can say that. And not only are they getting an increase this year, they got one last year, and they'll get and they're getting it for each of 4 years. So to us, that is a very significant thing, particularly when you consider that in the past they have been cut. And then look at the landscape across the country. If we just think about, you know, here in the Maritimes, I'm not sure about PEI, but I can tell you that Newfoundland has cut their funding to the university, and New Brunswick is flat. And so at a time when other provinces are in fact pulling back their money, we are in fact increasing. In terms of what's happening in New Brunswick, I have spoken to some university presidents who told me they had seen big jumps in interest from New Brunswick before that announcement. You need to know that that only affects a certain percentage of the New Brunswick population, and that would be the ones below the salary of, I think it was it $40,000 a year their parents would make, or 60? Okay, 60. So 2 people making 30,000, 1 person making 60 for the parental. It only looks at parental income. So if a young person inherits $1 million from grandma, apparently they're still covered. But what it does is it changes what is going on for students who come from families that are earning just above that $60,000. So they're not getting advantaged by that by that free tuition. So, and in fact, they're losing some of the other grants that they would have received in the past, some of the other benefits that they would have received in the past. So at this point, we don't know what the outcome will be for New Brunswick. We don't know if there are a lot of programs that we offer here in Nova Scotia that they do not have in New Brunswick. So we don't know if that is going to be factored into that, because the Newfoundland changes to education, and again, that was a move back from 100% grant for their student assistance. You won't get the same kind of support if the program is available in Newfoundland. So there's a lot of shifting going about, and Ontario is changing theirs. What we have heard from some of the provinces that have moved to this free tuition regime is that it is having ramifications elsewhere that they possibly didn't expect. And so at this point, and we're still waiting for some information from one of the provinces, so we don't have all of the information. What I can tell you is, if you're a student and you're going to university here, right off the bat, you get $1,283 off of your tuition. And a lot of people don't know this because it's just a line in your receipt that you get from the university, $600 and something each term out of a year. So that happens right off the bat. And then if you qualify for student assistance, It's a 40% upfront grant. Your entire provincial student loan can be written off if you graduate within 4 years. If it takes you 5 years, you get the loan forgiveness for the first 4 years of your degree, and then you get 0% interest for the next. So if it took you 5 years, you still get 4 years of loan forgiveness. Some people think if they didn't graduate in the 4 years, they were done, they were out of luck. That's not the way it works. You get 4 years of loan forgiveness, and then you'd get 0% interest on that extra year if you took an extra year. A lot of people don't realize that you can actually end up saving $15,000 on that part of your student loan alone.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my next question would be, has the department spoken with the department in New Brunswick to see what the cost might be, and if it would be something that the department may look at as one of the other ways to make sure that we get our brightest who really can't afford it because they come from low-income families to either consider or enable them to go to university, because having an education, be it a trade, be it a university education, is probably our best way to bring our province back around and maintain some of our young and brightest. And if that's not available to them because of, even if the family does make under that and still can't afford it, because they are required, I know myself, we were required to pay a certain portion of our children's tuition. And after surviving 18 years at home and not having to be able to put that away to be able to put that in. So I know it's got to be even harder on low-income families. I just wonder if the conversation's been had about what it might cost, if it might even be considered, or if there might be some way to consider a little bit more upfront funding. I know we get the $1,000 now, but even that is still, some people are struggling with the lack of summer jobs and employment to youth. And they're falling away and dropping out. I spoke to some students a couple of different times that went to school 2 years, had to take a year off because they worked for a year and then go back to school. My fear is they get a job and get the taste of money, they won't go back to school, so then they've got 2 years of education, nothing to show for it as far as the education goes, still have the loan to pay for, and aren't in the job they could be because the education would allow them to go higher. So just a question, has that been considered and is that discussion being had?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
So to do full free tuition for every student is $400 million. I don't think that's what the honourable member is asking about, but that's what the cost is to the system here in Nova Scotia if we were to implement that for every student. A lot of students, it actually does end up being substantially free. And don't forget, New Brunswick is talking free tuition, but there's still the issue of living expenses, right? So there still is, and quite frankly, when you look at what we have, the 40% upfront grant, the $15,000 that can come back from your loan forgiveness, and plus $1,283 over each of 4 years, you're pretty much at the same thing, quite frankly. The thing is, we're trying to do exactly what the honourable member is talking about, which is incenting completion. So we're trying to make sure that at the end of the day, our young people walk out the door with that piece of paper, and having the loan forgiveness at the end, rather than saying, here's free tuition, we think helps make them a little more mindful of getting that piece of paper. All of that said, we're always looking for ways to improve our student assistance program. I would not be surprised. The honourable member would know that the Education Minister and I had asked our deputy ministers to co-chair a transitions task force that will look at the pathways on to education, on to work for young people leaving high school, because not everybody, it's not a straight road for everybody, right? And so I would not be surprised to see that task force report back to us and suggest that we take a deep dive around student assistance to make sure that we are in fact doing the right thing. I know that other jurisdictions that have moved to this free tuition plan have eliminated benefits for mid and upper incomes, have eliminated benefits for mid and upper incomes, and so that has an impact too. So, you know, some people have said, well, just take the bursary and take all that money and repurpose it and give it to our poorest students. And that is definitely a possibility, but it also will impact those who are just over the line, who, if it's a $60,000 cutoff, then it would impact them. So I just want to raise that for the honourable member.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess there's one thing that sticks out in my elected time here as Northside Westbound MLA and Cape Breton North before that is we had a private career college in my constituency that has since closed because of student assistance difficulties. Because it was a distance learning facility and people would take these programs as a distance program, and default in the student loans was higher. They ended up getting in trouble with student assistance, which meant they had to start to look at closing, or they have closed the door since then, putting some 30-odd people out of work. I'm just wondering, with that type of policy, are we not being counterproductive in having people who can't afford to be away from home to afford we're talking about the living expenses are still being paid, and distance learning seems to be one of the ways that we can alleviate that and get around that. So I'm just wondering if there's been some way to look at how the student assistance is given and calculated and repaid, and I guess made the responsibility of the institution. Is there any way that we can look at changing that, altering that, so that the institutions, how to phrase it, I guess, really aren't responsible for the repayment of the student loans and being forced to close because of that?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
So just to be clear, this is not just Nova Scotia's ranking system in terms of student assistance. This is a cross-Canada ranking, and educational institutions across the country that receive Canada student loans and provincial student loans, they're all subject to this. I don't think the issues with that particular institution, I don't think we had issues with the fact that it was distance learning. There are lots of institutions that have distance learning. University of Waterloo had one of the largest ones in the country. Mount St. Vincent pioneered distance learning here in Nova Scotia. The issue with an institution would not be because they offer distance learning. It would be whether the career information, whether the program of study was relevant for those students so that they could actually get jobs when they get out. Because at the end of the day, we're not doing young people a service if we encourage them to take out a $15,000 student loan, and for a private career college, that would all be federal student loan, I believe. And then so let's say it's someone who takes a program that isn't up to snuff or something like that, right? It would be, at the end of the day, that student, if they can't pay back their student loan, they're now doubly disadvantaged, because not only are they not able to get outside the house, but now they have the student loan hanging out of their head, and they can't bankrupt out of it. So they can't now get a car, they can't get a house. Even if they're able to move into the workforce, they are not able to do that. So that's why there is this ranking system for institutions that receive student loans. It's not to be mean or anything like that, and it is a requirement of the federal government as well that we have this. I would say that the particular institution about which you're speaking, it was the institution's decision to shut their door, and we were working with them. We had been encouraging them to increase their repayment rate and to look at how they were recruiting. But at the end of the day, they decide who to enroll, and distance just simply wasn't an issue.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, I could probably ask questions on that for the rest of the afternoon, but for the last few minutes I have, I won't get into that. I know that at the time when I started to look into this, I believe, and I could be wrong, and correct me if I do, and I don't want to belittle it, but all the programs they offered were approved by the Department of Education and as programs. So to say that they were offering programs that weren't, but that's, I'm not going to get into that. I guess my next question is, how much does the average student come out of university today in debt, and is there any more we can do to help alleviate that debt and try and keep these kids in our province so they don't have to go for the richer, bigger paying and loftier grounds?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
So I'm going to go back to the member's previous comment while I'm waiting for that answer. But I just wanted to make the point that we now, with our private, we revamped the Private Career Colleges Act last year, so we have a much more rigorous process around approval of programs, because in the past, some could be approved and not looked at again for substantial amounts of time. So we have a much more rigorous process where, and I feel more confident that the programs that young people are paying for are more relevant as a result. And in terms of average debt, what young people are typically coming out of school now for would mostly be federal student debt, because when you take out a student loan, the first part is Canada student assistance, and then if you require more, then you get provincial student loans. So the vast majority of students who are coming out with student loan debt is in fact Canada student loan. And I would just point out that the federal government has recently increased the amount of grant proportion. So students would, a full-time student would typically get $2,000. Now it's up to $3,000. So that will have a multiplier effect over a number of years. Average university debt is $26,000. College is $14,500, and private college is $18,000. So most of that now would be federal debt, because the provincial is forgiven if you take 4 years. Even if you take a fifth year, that's 0% interest. And remember, during the time you're in university, we're not charging you interest on your provincial student loan, right? We don't do that. So most students will be graduating with less provincial student loan debt than they have previous to improvements being made to the provincial student loan program.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
I guess in my last minute and a half or so, I'm going to get a little personal here when I ask this question, but some of our students who are leaving the province to go to university that they can't get the education here or get into the programs here are taking on huge amount of personal debt. I have a daughter myself who wasn't able to get into the med school if she wanted to,